turning over the car keys. It needs nothing other than to be approved.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the County Planning Commission meeting of May 7th. We begin our agenda with a salute to the flag. If you'll stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Did I? Mr. Villalobos, do you want to continue with item 2?
Yes, good morning and welcome back, everybody. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSP-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSP-TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and as well as the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. And shall I move on to roll call?
Please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
I'm here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
And Chair Bradley.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We continue on with our agenda to item number 4. Sorry, agenda status report. Mr. Wilson, can you help us out with that?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. In regards to our agenda today, we have one item on consent. And then on our standard agenda, we have 3 items. We have the Senior Mobile Home Park Overlay Ordinance, and then we have a tentative parcel map, and then we will wrap up the day with a briefing on housing bills from the Long Range Planning staff. My understanding is we're ready to present on all those projects today.
Thank you. And I've had a couple conversations with Mr. Villalobos about our hearing logistics. Do we want to remind us about that? Do we have a time constraint where we're sitting?
Yes. So this pertains to our remote site in the North County. We only have the room available to us until 1 p.m. So it would be wise if we could try to finish the mobile home park overlay item before then.
Great.
Because we do have quite a few people up north to speak.
Okay. Thank you for that. That brings us to our projection report, which is again a Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the projection report, we had previously canceled the hearing on May 14th, so we will not be meeting again until June. As of right now, May 28th does not have any items projected, and I don't anticipate that we will be placing items on the May 28th hearing. So at the end of the projection report, we may take a motion to cancel that hearing. So on June 4th, we have 3 items. We have another government code consistency on the consent calendar, and then we have a presentation on the workforce housing study that we previously had discussed at a prior hearing. And then we actually have another government code consistency on that day as well. And then on June 11th, right now we have one project projected, which is the FAMCON Pipe and Supply project up in the Orchid area. And then we have one item projected on June 25th, which is a development plan in the Isla Vista area.
Wow.
So that concludes the projection report, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about that? Short. Okay, seeing none. Then we'll move on to the part of our agenda, which is public comment. So if anyone is, did you have a question?
We need to cancel May 28th.
Oh, do we want to do the May 28th meeting cancellation now?
Madam Chair, that's would be fine.
Okay. Move.
I'll move that we cancel our scheduled May 28th hearing.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Oh, Finn's got it. Okay. Motion and second, all approve?
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right. So, public comment. This is the part of the agenda when if you are not speaking to us on an item on the agenda officially, you can speak to us under public comment for up to 3 minutes. I don't have any speaker slips regarding that. And I'm not seeing anyone wander up to the podium, so we will open that and close it. Seeing no public comment. All right, that brings us to item number 8 on the agenda, which is our informational reports. Does anybody on the commission have anything to share? No, I have one small item. I went to the American Planning Association Awards Banquet on Saturday, and it's the Tri-County area, so San Luis Obispo, Ventura, and Santa Barbara all come together for this, and they identify projects that any agency has submitted for worthiness. And the Santa Barbara County got an award for its Resilience and Sustainability Award for the Climate Action Plan and EIR. It's a different department than Planning and Development, but it was delightful to see the county represented. Mr. Garrett Wong accepted it with a consultant that I can't remember the name of. And I was proud of the county, and I was proud to be there representing the county as well as the city of Santa Barbara. So, yay to the county. That's my only announcement on informational reports. Seeing none other, then let's move on to our minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes today. Start with the April 2nd set. Does anybody have any corrections or a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd move approval of the April 2nd minutes as presented.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion seconded. All approve?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that brings us to our April 9th item, our minutes of April 9th. Are there any corrections or a motion to approve with corrections or as is? Who wants to take this one? There you are.
I'll move again. I did read through and found nothing wrong with them. Our clerk is getting more and more efficient, so it didn't take very long.
Nice, okay. This is swimmingly. Okay, so do we have a second?
I'm going to second. I think our clerk has always been efficient. It's just that your eyesight might be failing.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Both minutes are approved. And that brings us to our director's report. Director Plowman.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I haven't seen you for a while, so good to see you all.
Vacay.
I have a short report today. I wanted to give you a heads up on some of the things that have been happening at the Board of Supervisors. We had our budget hearings. They were the preliminary workshop in April, and that's when all departments present their preliminary budgets. I don't have anything of note to report. It went fairly smoothly, so that's good. And then the final budget hearings will be in June. Yesterday at the board, we had a couple of items. One was the artist tours. That's an item that you'd already heard. It's the change in the LUDC to allow those types of activities, artist tours that happen around communities. And I know there's one that's happening in Santa Ynez, probably I think this summer. They're getting ready to sponsor it. But it creates a provision for people to have these events where they're sort of progressive galleries in neighborhoods that people show their wares. And also updated our ordinance on home occupation permits, making that an easier permit to get. One item that did come up, and it's going to come back in a cleanup package, is for home occupation permits, we have a notice to property owner that gets recorded with it so that future owners know that there's a permit that allows somebody to work from home and actually have clients come and go. And there was a question at the board from Supervisor Nelson as to whether or not that's really necessary and is it an extra step for somebody. And so we've looked into it, and it's something we are going to clean up at a later date in our cleanup package this summer. But it is something we can remove. I mean, it's kind of a it's not critical for the actual person who's getting the permit. It's more of a notice to a future owner. So we're going to bring that in a cleanup package so that they don't have to take that step to record that notice. And then the other item that the board heard yesterday is the Ivy Rental Housing Inspection Program. This is a pilot program, and it's geared towards getting the landlords in Isla Vista to actually take care of their properties. And the pilot program is focused on the Del Playa Bluffs. And so we're going to be proactively inspecting these units. And we're hope to be working cooperatively with landowners. There's some landlords that are more attentive to their properties than others. Our hope, and I think the Second District's hope, is that just even the announcement of the program and the work that we do up front will encourage them to make the changes that are necessary. But that's something we're going to be doing, these inspections over the summer while the students are away. And then future board items the Planning Commission may have an interest in is there's the pro-housing designation, and that's something that Planning and Development worked with the Community Services Department on, and that's going on May 13th. The pro-housing designation really is designed to position the county to obtain grants. Grant money is tight, so it may take some time before we realize that advantage, but I think it's a positive step. And then another item that CSD has at the board that you may also be interested in is the discussion about oil and gas emissions and whether or not they should be included in the cap. They are not included in the cap currently. And so that item is going to be heard on the 13th of May. And there's also a discussion in that item as to whether or not the board wants to take the step to further regulate at a local level oil and gas, which is, we know that there was the provision in the state law that was recently passed that basically says local jurisdictions can phase out oil and gas operations if they want to. And so that's an item that the board will be talking about as well. On the 20th of May, the emergency shelters item is going to go to the Board of Supervisors. And then on the 6th of June, we have an evacuation traffic study that was completed as part of our safety element. So this was a mandate. We received a grant for it, and we have a working group that includes the sheriff, fire, public works. We hired a consultant. They did this model to show us where we have constraints in terms of evacuations and then come up with recommendations. And this is going to be a briefing at the Board of Supervisors. If you have an interest, you might want to watch that hearing. And then on the 1st of July, we have the appeal regarding the G&K processing building. That's the design appeal. And then on July 15th, we're tentatively planning to bring back the item you're hearing today, which is the mobile home park overlay.
That was 7/8, did you say?
That would be 7/15.
Okay.
Okay, and that's concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I had one question. Did anyone else have any? Okay. Go ahead. Commissioner Reed.
I noticed during the discussion on the art and garden tours, you kind of got into a response talking about its need to be user-friendly for applicants, and then you kind of branched off into the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. And you're discussing things like endurance races and the fact that some of our experience thus far with AEO is that it's not as user-friendly as it might have hoped, although, both the garden tour and it have the same spirit as to make them friendly and easy to use for applicants. Have you made any further initiatives or work toward that with staff with respect to the AEO so that it will have greater utility for landowners, property owners who would like to use it?
Yeah. So thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Reed. What we're finding is that there's a mix of things happening in the community. I think there was an expectation about what zoning clearances meant and what would be required for them. And also some things that we might be able to change internally about what we ask for certain types of ag enterprise activities. So, we're learning as we go through this process. It's new for us too. So I have formed an internal team to review the types of issues that have arisen as we've had. I think we have maybe 15 inquiries and mix of inquiries and applications about it. And so we are going to be working to find areas that we can improve our process, streamline things in terms of application materials that are required and steps that we want them to take. And then also identifying potential recommendations of changes we might want to make in the code now that we have it in place and sort of testing it out. And then improving our public-facing information on it so that the expectation is clear when somebody comes into the process about sort of the steps that are required to obtain whatever clearance they may be seeking or permit type.
Commissioner Park?
I had considered bringing up this very topic in our informational reports, and I passed on that. But now that Commissioner Reed has brought it up, I might just weigh in. Rumor is, and I call it rumor because I haven't investigated it and substantiated, that projects have come up and they've been referred by P&D to APAC, and that 3 in particular have been refused by APAC. They said deemed inconsistent. And that seems utterly backwards to me because we made such an effort in the development of the AEO to avoid issues that would result in findings of inconsistency with APAC. So that's something I'm going to want to particularly hear more about. But before I push it any further, I'm endeavoring to find out more specifics about these projects so it's not just rumor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park.
Okay, did you have a question? I had just one question on the Isla Vista inspection launch of that program. So doing it in the summer, I understand might be easier because they're more available, but that's actually not going to demonstrate how many people are packed into all those units or how, what kind of disrepairs really students are facing, or any occupant, frankly. It's not just students, I know that. So was that any consideration?
So, Madam Chair, the focus really is on the quality of the structure and the living environment, right? So building code violations, health and safety violations. So yes, there's some pros and cons of going in the summer, but we wanted to make sure that if there were improvements that had to be made, there would be minimal disruption to the people living in the units. They may continue to pack them in ways that are not consistent with our code. That's possible. Our hope is to try and correct those situations when we find them, but we have to rely on people filing a complaint about them to be able to catch some of those things that'll happen mid-year.
Okay, and even then, the codes don't, it's another topic. But the second thing is, so say, an owner gets a violation that the deck is not structurally stable, blah, 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 and he has to do a repair. Is there any kind of prioritization in the building process to expedite that? Because getting into building and then getting a permit out of that is probably a 3-month process. There's the summer, right?
I guess what I would like to point out for everybody is that our issues with the bluff are something we monitor all the time. And so where we're having problems with decks or overhanging patios or things, we're on that all the time. And so it's not really the key focus of this inspection program. So we already are working with landowners now to have patios cut back. So those things actually move pretty quickly because they tend to be urgent matters.
Right, emergency permits, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, if we found something when we were out on a site that we hadn't previously identified, certainly we would move that through the process. But I kind of want to make sure everybody's expectations are clear about this. We are always looking at the bluffs and monitoring them and working with landowners to get them into compliance with our Ivy Bluff policy.
But I mean, anything else, anything else in the unit that might even been seen on the interior with the goal of having it done before the students get back,
Yeah.
is still going to need some swift action by building division, right? So who knows? I mean, maybe.
It's possible. It's possible that there'll be some more complicated permits that need to be obtained. My hope is that these people get in there and fix things. A lot of the stuff that we see is like there's a water leak, or there's a this, or there's a that, or they need to fix a water heater, or they need to repair a door, or they need to repair a step. Those things don't tend to be very complicated and they move through really quickly. Like we have some on-demand permits, like
Okay.
fixing your electrical panel or those types of things. So, but it's possible you could get a more complicated permit, and we would certainly work to keep that moving through the process so they could get the work done.
Thanks. Commissioner Reed?
I just want, for a matter of clarification, I observed part of the hearing yesterday, particularly where they're showing slides. So I'd like to know, is the county's goal to confine this program strictly to structural elements and electrical? And how about somebody that plugs way too many extension cords into an outlet and creating a potential fire hazard, which is more of a cultural thing? I also noticed many of the slides, although some of them showed absolutely some structural damage and inadequacies. A lot of them seem to show just stacks of debris and things put inappropriate, where it looked like hoarders were inhabiting the area rather than students. You're not going to get that far into the weeds, or you're going to be, and one had a sofa on top of the roof of a building. Are you going to get into that, or are you going to just, is it going to be confined simply to the structures and things that have to meet building codes and such?
We did have them remove that couch, I just want you to know. I'm going to have Mr. Wilson answer this question because he is our expert in all things Isla Vista rental inspection.
Ooh, dubious title.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Reed, just keep it short because we're not agendized to go a deep dive into this, but just a quick overview is the primary focus of this program is monitoring these units for health and safety code violations and substandard housing conditions. And so where we observe those type of violations or circumstances, that's what the focus is. However, the inspectors that are going in there, if they do observe serious building code violations or zoning code violations, then there's a pathway in the program to refer that to our code enforcement program to correct those activities as well. This is a proactive program to allow us to go in units that we typically can't unless we get a complaint. And so the main focus is to improve the living conditions of the students or tenants out there.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that concludes our director's report. I know we've got a time-sensitive agenda here. So let's then move on to our item 10, which is our consent agenda item. We have one item on that. Mr. Villalobos, do you want to read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Santa Barbara County Flood Control District Public Works Department to consider case number 25 GOV7 for determination that the county's acquisition of 2 easements related to the offsite improvements for the Village Street Offsite Storm Drain Improvement Project in Los Alamos conforms with the comprehensive plan of the County of Santa Barbara pursuant to California Government Code Section 65402A.
Okay, thank you. And I think the way we proceed is we ask, is there anyone from the public that's signed up to speak to us on this?
Yes, as well as whether or not any of the commissioners wish to move it off of consent.
Right, but don't we find out if there's public comment before we decide that?
So I think either issue could bump it from consent, right?
Right.
So
So has anyone, I don't have any speaker slips on it. Do you have anyone signed up or raising their hand?
no hands raised.
Okay, therefore, we have no public comment on this item. So does any commissioner want to pull this from the agenda, or do we have a motion to approve it as submitted? Commissioner Reed?
I will move to approve this. I mean, this whole thing was very well explored during the prior discussions in front of commissions and boards, and this is like handing the car keys over. It couldn't be simpler. So I move to approve it.
Very good. Do we have a second? Approving the consent item?
Second.
Commissioner Parks seconds. Do you want to do a roll call, or?
Sure, happy to. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
and Chair Bridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Okay, that brings us to our standard agenda. Mr. Villalobos will read that into the record, and I would ask anyone in the room if they haven't already submitted a speaker slip. I only have 2. Is there one in the box, Commissioner Park? No, okay. Then please get those in within the next 5 minutes, and we will stop it after that. And I know we have a number of people signed up north. So let's begin this item. Quick change out of our.
Chair Bridley,
Yes.
I am surprised to see no speaker slips, given the number of people in the room, and I wonder if it's worth reminding folks that need to actually prepare them and submit them.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of them. I think they all know. I mean, I have 2 here. I just wasn't sure if anything got
Okay.
slipped in there. I think a lot of folks are in the North County, too.
Okay.
So, okay, well, while we're waiting for staff's presentation, we would do a Brown Act disclosure at this point, or do we do this because it's not legislative item?
I should read it into the record first.
First that, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding adoption of the Senior Mobile Home Park Overlay Ordinance project involving case numbers 25 GPA 2, 25 ORD 3 and 4, as well as 25 RZN 1 and 25 RZN 2.
Thank you. And there is no need for Brown Act disclosures. It's a legislative item, so we will move to our staff presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. The Long Range Planning Division is pleased to bring this item to you this morning, and for today's presentation, our project manager, Lila Spring, will give the presentation.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. As David said, my name is Lila Spring. Oop, there we go. And I'm here to present the Senior Mobile Home Park Overlay Ordinance Project. I would like to begin.
Can you get a little bit closer to your mic because I'm having a hard time? Yeah, great.
Is that better?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, great. I would like to begin by noting that mobile home parks provide a critical source of affordable single-family housing in the unincorporated county. And senior mobile home parks are especially important as they provide for the specific needs of seniors. So the 2 primary goals of the package that's before you this morning are to preserve existing mobile home parks and to prevent the conversion of senior mobile home parks to all ages mobile home parks. So to provide a bit of background on this project, the county currently lacks regulations to prevent the conversion of senior mobile home parks to all ages. And the Board of Supervisors considered this issue at a hearing on October 8th, 2024, and provided staff direction to do 2 primary things. One was to implement a temporary moratorium on the conversion of senior mobile home parks to all ages through an interim urgency ordinance, and the other was to develop zoning regulations to establish a senior mobile home park overlay and to consider consistency rezoning. So the board adopted the interim urgency ordinance at a hearing on November 5th, 2024, and a month later they extended it to expire in October of this year. Today we are here to present staff's response to the second part of the board's direction. The need for affordable senior housing in the county is indicated by the waiting list for low-income seniors that the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara and the City of Santa Barbara's Housing Authority maintain, which are 2,124 individuals and 3,758 individuals, respectively. The county currently has 11 senior mobile home parks in the unincorporated area that provide a combined 1,865 spaces for mobile homes. So this demonstrates the importance of senior mobile home parks as affordable housing sources amidst this large ongoing need. In response to the board's directions, staff researched examples of mobile home park overlays that have been implemented by other jurisdictions, and in particular, many aspects of the proposed ordinance amendments before you today were included in similar or based on similar ordinances adopted by the County of Santa Barbara. So the package includes proposed zoning ordinance amendments to the inland and coastal zoning codes to establish the overlays, minor comprehensive plan amendments to change land use designations for 2 mobile home parks, and zoning map amendments to apply the overlays and to change zoning for 2 mobile home parks. There are 2 zoning overlays that are proposed as part of this project. Although the focus has been on senior mobile home parks, as indicated by the project title, staff also propose an overlay for all ages mobile home parks that are currently existing in the county. And the intent of this is to promote the continued use of mobile homes as an accessible housing option and to establish mobile home parks as the primary allowed land use on these sites. There are no additional development standards associated with this overlay. However, as part of these amendments, staff are proposing modifications to the definition of mobile home park included in the code. And this is primarily to bring the county's code into alignment with the state definition, as well as adding specific definitions for senior mobile home park and all ages mobile home park. The senior mobile home park overlay is intended to preserve a significant source of affordable senior housing, to ensure that senior mobile home parks are not converted to all ages, and it establishes an age requirement for these mobile home parks, which is that 80% of occupied sites are to be occupied by at least 1 person aged 55 years or older. There's also an age verification requirement of tenants that is to be completed by mobile home park owners or operators and reported to the county every 2 years. Additionally, there's requirements for including senior mobile home park and the age requirement in signage, advertising, rental agreements, and leases. So staff proposed to apply these overlays to a total of 19 mobile home parks, 11 senior mobile home parks, and 8 all-ages mobile home parks. There are 2 mobile home parks that are not proposed for an overlay. This is because of surrounding and site-specific zoning, as well as existing development on these sites. Staff created an interactive map that's available through this link as well as on the project website. And this map allows viewers to see the mobile home parks that are proposed for inclusion in each of the 2 overlays. Staff also produced static regional maps that are included as attachments to the staff report, as well as at the end of this presentation. Staff are also recommending some proposed consistency changes to the land use designation and zoning for 2 mobile home parks. The first is the Nukuyama Trailer Park, which is located in Nukuyama. So as part of this, staff are recommending, let's see if you can see here, there is an existing developed rural neighborhood, or an EDRN, that is designated by this line here. This is the residential 3.3 neighborhood that's adjacent to the mobile home park, which is shaded in gray. So staff recommend expanding this existing developed rural neighborhood boundary to include the mobile home park, which would allow a conversion of the existing zoning and land use, which is currently agricultural, to a residential 12.3 units per acre, and then to apply a zoning designation of mobile home park. The other site that's being proposed for changes is the St. Marie Mobile Home Park, which is in the north, or adjacent to the northwestern corner of the city of Santa Maria. This site currently has service commercial zoning and land use designations, and staff are proposing to apply a residential 20 units per acre land use designation and zoning of mobile home park. And the land use designation densities that are being proposed for these two sites are based on the existing densities of mobile homes on these sites. The changes proposed as part of this project are consistent with the comprehensive plan and zoning codes, and in particular, they support goals and policies of the housing element related to the preservation of affordable housing, as well as to providing for the needs of seniors. The consistency, land use, and zoning changes that were covered on the last few slides also improve the overall consistency of the comprehensive plan and the zoning codes. For environmental review, this project is exempt to the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, for having no possibility of significant effect. And this is because the ordinances do not facilitate any additional development, but rather acknowledge existing development on these sites. In addition, the coastal zoning ordinance updates are exempt pursuant to Section 15265, which is for the preparation and adoption of local coastal program amendments, and the coastal zoning ordinance is part of the county's local coastal program. As included on pages 2 and 3 of the staff report and summarized on this slide, staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings for approval, determine that the project amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt a resolution recommending that the board adopt the project amendments. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sprang. Does the commission have any questions for our staff? Commissioner Park?
I have a very basic question, okay? And I've followed this in the news media and thought I understood what the basic issue was, and now I think we received one letter that was very short, and it kind of triggered a light bulb to go off my brain, and I'm thinking I'm understanding it differently now. I just want to make sure I get it right. It always struck me that the motivation for wanting to have these parks and wanting to be in one was so that seniors would live without the commotion of younger people around. But I don't think that's what this is about. I'm finally getting through to me that this is about making sure that the only demand to live in senior parks is seniors, and that we don't have demand as they're changed to all ages parks from other families, from larger families, from younger people, people that perhaps greater sources of income, that would increase demand for the mobile home parks and edge out the seniors. Is that the real issue, or have I still missed it?
Yeah, Commissioner Park, through the chair. The main issue is in preserving those senior mobile home parks for seniors. So whether that is keeping the inhabitants of those mobile home parks, just seniors, so that there aren't conflicts with uses like you're talking about, with noise and activities. And a lot of these parks don't have sidewalks or playgrounds or things that would facilitate or be conducive to children. But it is also about protecting residents of those parks from being displaced.
Okay, now, typically in the land use things that come before us, we're not really looking at economics and finances, but the board does, of course. It looks at everything. And so I presume that's one reason the board is so interested in doing this, right, is the economics and finances for seniors. Well, everybody here will have an opportunity to speak at the right time. And okay, I just wanted to understand what's there, and given the board's interest and broad interest, it does impact me as to what the Planning Commission should be doing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just before we go to Commissioner Reed, if there's anyone else who has a speaker slip to address the commission, we need to get it in this box at the end. So, and then we'll call you when we get to the public comment period. There's one at the back of the room. And while that's happening, Commissioner Reed.
Okay, first an easy one. Explain the 80-20%. Is that 20% people who've acquired their homes through inheritance or something? Say one residence over, one spouse is over 55, the other one's younger, one passes away or leaves, so the person remaining is younger, or are these children of former residents? Where's the 80, who are those 20% that are not over 55?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, I can't speak to who those people would be exactly. It's just that the age requirement requires that of the occupied sites, that 80% of those sites have at least one person aged 55 years or older. I don't know if...
And just to add on to that, Commissioner Reed, so the 80% comes from housing law, and it's, when Ms. Spring was talking about the sites, it's the individual mobile homes. So if a mobile home park has 100 mobile homes within it, 80 of those need to be occupied by at least one resident that's 55 years or older. They could have younger people, you know, in all of the units or none of the units. It's really just at least 80% of the occupied mobile homes in the park at that time have at least one resident of meeting that age requirement. And then that would be monitored. One of the conditions, development standards of the ordinance is for this regular monitoring of that. And so every 2 years, the mobile home park owner or manager would survey the current makeup of their residents and report on presumably meeting that requirement, that at least 80% of the occupied units are meeting that age requirement.
Okay, and then secondly, for some clarification as to the foundational elements that brought this to where we are today, seems to be my recollection when I attended a number of Board of Supervisors meetings in the North County during the general public comment. We had some quite vocal, I'm not so familiar about the South County, but people from the Orchid area, the district I represent, appeared to speak on their own behalf, because it appeared there were some new ownership or management in some of the parks that were doing things like changing lease requirements, et cetera, with the ultimate goal of displacing the seniors and converting to all-age park in the interest of increasing their profitability. And I think that has a lot to do with why we're here today. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Reed, through the chair, the impetus for this project, yes, did come from Board of Supervisors hearings where a number of constituents expressed concerns about being displaced from these parks. So that was what ultimately brought the board to give direction to staff to investigate these options for protecting senior mobile home parks.
Great, thank you.
I just have a really quick follow-on. I think Mr. Lackey mentioned that it was a government code that had this 80-20. Where is that embedded for you? And that's to create a senior overlay, right?
Commissioner Bradley and members of the commission, it's from federal fair housing law. We can get the specific references, but it's also, you know, applies that the state uses that age restriction in referring to senior mobile home park.
And probably funding and all kinds of stuff, right? Okay.
But yeah, we can certainly track down that federal regulation code for you.
No, not necessary. I'm just curious. Okay, Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, good morning. My question focuses in on, well, let me give some background. So I know that at least one person has to occupy the premises that's 55 plus. That's category one. The verification from my reading of this ordinance, that occupation by a person of 55 plus, it can be verified by any person that's 18 years or older, not necessarily by the person who is 55 plus. I'm a bit puzzled by that, because with the primary situation being, or at least in my mind, is it's occupation. You could put a senior citizen or a person that's 55 plus on the lease, but that person doesn't live there. And I've run across that problem a couple of times, and I'm an attorney who does things for people who are in residence like that, where they're saying, well, wait a minute, that person is not even there. So wouldn't occupation be tied to that is that person's primary residence, 55 plus? I don't see anything in here indicating that. And my question is, why isn't that so?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, I think that's the intent, but we can take a look at that language. I mean, I read the same language. I didn't see it in your experiences, but viewed it as it could be, a family, but one of the members, maybe a grandparent or something that is meeting that age requirement, but the owner of the family may be younger than that, and they would be reporting that, in fact, they're meeting that requirement. But you're right. We'll look into that language to make sure that the intent that that person is occupying the unit, and we can come back with some language to address that.
Okay, because I do get the situation where a person is of such a condition where they need somebody there, and it can be a family person there, and that works, and I see why the flexibility is there. But the primary resident should be the senior citizen, and if it's a person who's living there to help that senior citizen, that's why it's a single family residence, and especially with the cost of care nowadays for that, I mean, it just makes common sense. But thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, let's go to our public comment period. And so I'm going to begin with the folks in the room. I will read your name. We're going to limit public comment to 3 minutes each. If someone else has said exactly what you want to say, just say, I agree with the speaker before me, but you're happy to add on your own ideas. And then we have additional people in the North County and on Zoom. So I'm going to do the people in the room here, then we'll go to Zoom, and then we'll do the North County folks. Is that okay? Okay. I don't know how else to organize it any fairer, but so I'm going to begin with Ann Anderson, and then she will be followed by, I think it's Rama Fox Cheer. And so if the next person can be ready to pop up, and go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. My name is Ann Anderson, and I live in Rancho Santa Barbara. I would like to thank the Planning Commission for taking up these ordinances, the senior mobile home zoning and the mobile home park zoning overlay for our county. You will be helping to maintain the balance between senior and all ages mobile home parks in our county, preserve affordable housing for seniors, and ensure that we who are in our golden years may continue to enjoy the benefits of living in a community that is geared toward our needs and interests. As a person who was born 82 years ago, I really appreciate your efforts. By approving the enactment of mobile home zoning, the county recognizes that mobile home parks, regardless of the ages of the people living there, are a unique way of life that is worth preserving. We have the benefits of being able to own our homes, which means that we are putting down roots and contributing to our communities over long stretches of time. As individuals, we can develop our home sites according to our own tastes, while at the same time, we have the benefits of common facilities, clubs, and activities so that we can combine affordable living with a sense of community. We are grateful that our way of life could be preserved by mobile home park zoning. I just want to thank you again and wish you well as Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League President and as a Santa Barbara County mobile home owner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I just, for a point, no, first of all, we don't clap and we don't cheer in the hearing room. We understand everyone's enthusiasm, but we keep that silent. And then when I said everybody pop up, I only am going to call the people that filled out a speaker slip. If you want to fill out a speaker slip and talk to us, we should have done that beforehand, or you can continue to speak, but fill it out before you leave the room. We have to have a record of everybody who spoke to us today. So right now, I only have 4 people that want to come to the podium. So so everybody else can sit down, but if you want to speak to us, then please do a speaker slip before you leave the room. How many people actually want to speak in the room today? Two, okay, so that probably complies with the speaker slips I have. All right, everybody else can sit down. You don't have to stand up, I'm sorry, that was confusing. All right, so Rama?
Yes,
Rama Fox, tell me your last name?
Cheever, Rama Fox Cheever.
Cheever, thank you, Ms. Cheever. Okay, go ahead for 3 minutes.
So good morning, everyone. I am Rama Fox Cheever. My last name is those 2 words. And I am with San Vicente Mobile Home Park. And our standing, I think, just has to do with representing solidarity with one another. The two, and I appreciate, by the way, sitting here, this is very educational to observe how sincerely you guys look at things with a depth and don't just make superficial observations. So thank you for your time. 2 things that strike me that might be of interest is in a mobile home park, we don't have wide streets, and as has been noted, we don't have sidewalks. So one of the things to keep healthy when you're older is to have some form of exercise, and most of that, or a lot of it, is done walking dogs in the street. And if you can imagine, say this wall is one side of the street, and say about there is the other side of the street. So imagine somebody with a walker or a cane walking in the street, walking their dog, not walking in grass because a lot of the area doesn't have grass, and the areas that do, a walker or a cane or somebody who's not real stable on their legs, it's not a zone where they're going to be walking. So it's mostly the street. So imagine kids who, by the way, contrary to how we may look, we've all been kids and we've all been young people. So it's not like we don't love them. It's that safety is a big, big issue. And I have seen people walk who've just had a hip replacement or a knee replacement, and they're walking with a cane, and they've got their dog on a leash. Can you imagine somebody zooming by with skateboard or an e-bike, which is the reality today, and the dog freaking out, pulling, and the person being knocked over? This isn't a unique thing to consider. It's what we have every single day. As far as people in the park that are not 55, it was very clear, and I appreciate your observations, that there are caregivers in the park. And it would be onerous to expect that every one of them be 55 or over.
You're almost up there, Ms. Cheever.
Oh, I'm at my
You need
time?
to wrap up, yeah.
Okay. So thank you for hearing me, and thank you for considering this.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Cheever is going to be followed by Rick Salazar, and Rick Salazar will be followed by Joseph, what is it? Toraba. Okay, so here we go with Rick Salazar, sorry.
Hi. First of all, I want to commend both the supervisors and your commission for your quick and timely response to what I consider as a scourge by developers and people trying to cash in on real estate, which got everybody's attention when it happened up in Orchid. So I'm a disabled vet, retired a few years ago, and was lucky enough from my knowledge of the coastal area to find San Vicente, which is where I stay at. And I pretty much echo all the things that Rama said as far as why we're not a really good candidate for making an all-age park, and it would displace a lot of people financially and in other ways. As far as in care, there's been quite a few residents that some have gotten very sick and temporarily gone to full-time hospice type care and then come back because of the expense. And the parks offer a really good alternative to that by sometimes having the other spouse or partner being able to take care of the person much more economically. And in these times of Medicaid and Medicare or Social Security scares, it's a good financial alternative. Especially want to commend Commissioner Martinez for his apt reading of the requirement for the 80%. I think that's, you mentioned the 80%, looking at the.
I'll take any credit anywhere.
Oh, you caught something, and my age shows my forgetfulness. You caught something in what you told him to look into, and I think the chair said he would look into.
Primary residence.
Yeah, the primary residence. Yeah, exactly. We have run into that in my work with as an HOA board member, that there are people that try to slip through the loopholes, and there's no one there. Somebody age 55 or over signed the lease, but then they deposited. Sometimes we had people living in shacks in the back, so there might have been 6 or 7 people, and they were just spending the night there because it was cheaper. I think there were employees of some of the people. So anyways, good catch on that, because that's something that needs to be looked at very closely before this gets passed. As far as the 80-20%, I think that's going to be kind of onerous for the park. Some of the parks have 100% requirement, and maybe that's not legal, or maybe they need a waiver, but that's way above my pay level. But thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, after Mr. Salazar, we go to Joseph. Mr. Joseph, thank you.
I'm Joseph Torba. I'm the manager at the new Cuyama Trailer Park. And I appreciate this effort for this senior care. I've instilled it in my own efforts there due to the fact that I saw the cost to RV in this instance, not so much homes, but RVs, and people who have for years parked in Pismo and Avila and different places can no longer afford to be on the coast. And in a fixed income, I provided a place where they could come and they could afford to be close, but not in the area. I also provide housing for people with disabilities, and that in this instant where they're on a low income like that, I like to provide a home. I understand they're not going to be running around on skateboards. They're not going to be knocking anybody over. I do limit animal size to prevent, I love dogs, but a large dog can knock somebody over very quickly, so I worry about that. So in this, for instance, the only thing I worry about is limiting my ability to rent to somebody with disability who's on a fixed income and want to be independent. The place in my area, it's pretty hard to get to. It's in and out 50 miles either direction to a full shopping center, and it's 30 miles to Taft, where good medical care can be provided. Other than that, the zoning change in my lot, I'm curious about, because it has commercial, 2 residential, 17 places for mobile home or RV parking, and I'm not sure that an overlay of everything turning it into one big park is advantageous for me. How would I say? But I don't foresee myself making that improvement, but later it would be nice to be able to have either a gas station or a market, or even a EV recharging station in the area. And that's something that I've looked at and have been planning to do. I find that it's easy to keep, in this particular area, it's been easy to keep the age group, though some of the guests have been a little bit aggressive and harder to handle, but they've been easily convinced to leave, I guess.
Okay, you're going to need to wrap up here.
Okay, and if you have any questions, please get a hold of me. I've forwarded my address and stuff like that. I'm pretty easy to get a hold of.
Okay.
I think I've talked to Mr. Martinez's staff, so.
All right, there are several questions for you, I think. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, Mr. Torba, I drive through there a lot. In fact, I just went through on Sunday, and I'm not sure where you are. Are you east of New Cuyama and next to the county road yard? Is that?
I'm 1.1 mile west of.
Or west, that's right.
Of New Cuyama, yeah, from the Buckhorn door to the RV park is one.
And you're on the north side?
I'm on the north side, and there's two large water tanks, pump house in the front, and there's a dragon on my little shaded coffee area.
Yeah, and is the county road yard a little west of where you are? Or am I thinking of a different place?
As you look at when she displayed the map, there was a pretty good display there. There's Bell Drive right next to me. I'm right on the Highway 166. That's my front door. And then there's Bell Avenue, which is just a little bit to the west of me. But as you drive down the road, you see there's two oil tanks to the right. And then right away to the left is my two water tanks. And,
Gotcha. So Bell, that's east of New Cuyama, right?
No, that's all west of New Cuyama.
All right, thanks.
I know.
Commissioner Reed has a question too, just hang on.
Did you drive all the way down from New Cuyama to be here today?
Actually, I drove from Atascadero.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There was a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, you definitely get the Iron Man award for.
I've done that many times.
And I had one question too. So this discussion about the 2080, I think what I heard you say was that you understand sometimes caregivers are required in that, but that seems to be a applicable mix for your experience at your location?
In my experience, I would, I don't mind that 2080 mix, but I have also, I'd like an exemption for disabled, because I have a lot of my residents who got disabilities, they're on a fixed income, they want to be independent, and this allows them that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. That concludes the number of people in the room today. What we were going to do is go to the folks on Zoom and then finish up with the folks in the North County. So who is on Zoom?
So for those of us speaking remotely, I have two hands raised currently. If you'd like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand at this point. Our first speaker will be Nick Ubaldi, to be followed by Bob Franco.
And please state your name when you begin speaking. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, all. My name is Nick Ubaldi. I'm speaking on behalf of the ownership of Del Cielo Mobile Estates. To be clear, Del Cielo has always been an all-ages park under both state and federal law. At no point has the park met the legal requirements to invoke the exception to operate as a senior-only community. Last year, when we officially opened the park to all ages, we did so to make sure that we were following the law, which states that we cannot discriminate against families with children. It was also about opening up access so more people in our community could have a chance to live in an affordable, well-maintained park like ours. Now this ordinance would push us to go against that, forcing us to turn away families with kids. That's not just wrong, it's illegal. And on top of that, it would disproportionately impact racial and ethnic minorities who are increasingly looking for affordable housing options like ours. We cannot and won't be forced into discriminating against people who need an affordable place to live. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I have a question. What percentage of your park residents now are over 55 versus under? Can you share that?
We have no way of knowing that. The surveys have never been completed, never been performed. We have no idea who's living in our park.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next Zoom speaker?
Our next speaker will be Bob Franco.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bob Franco, and I am a resident of Sandpiper Mobile Home Park. It's an all-age park in Carmen Maria. I am a member of the Homeowners Association and a member of our local Golden State Manufactured Home Owners League. And I'm the chairman of the City of Carmen Maria's Rent Stabilization Control Board. Over the years, it's been my experience that commissioners, boards, councils, such as yourself, are really not that versed in mobile home park living or the mobile home residency law. But you folks seem to be an exception. Thank you for that. We wish you to know that there's a tremendous amount of support for the senior mobile home park overlay ordinance, and hope you are in agreement with us. We also wish to remind you that mobile home parks, or manufactured home parks, as we prefer to be called, are the cornerstone of the foundation of affordable housing. You know as well as us that once the foundation is eroded or destroyed, it all comes down. What happens at one mobile park can happen at others. Mobile home parks historically have been underrepresented and overlooked, so please preserve and protect what is left of our affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next Zoom speaker?
I don't see any additional hands up. Now would be the time if you'd like to speak. I do have one more speaker.
Okay.
Sally Merrill. Ms. Merrill, whenever you're ready. Ms. Merrill, I see that you have unmuted. We can't hear anything from you. So what I would suggest, Ms. Merrill, if you'd like to speak, sometimes leaving the meeting and re-entering can help with any audio connection issues. And if there can continue to be issues, I can give you the phone number to the hearing room. What I would suggest, maybe we can go to the North County people and come back to Ms. Merrill.
Perfect. Okay, so on our North County speaker list, thank you for being patient up there. Paula Robledo, to be followed by Beth Kaiser?
Hi, yes, good morning, Planning Commission. I am a resident of the Del Cielo Mobile Home Estates Park in Santa Maria, California. We brought to Supervisor Nelson our concern when our park was purchased by Harmony Communities. And it became immediately aware to us through the documentation that they sent out to us in mail, a small snippet in their multi-page document that their intention was to turn our senior park into an all-age park. I immediately spoke with one of the representatives of Harmony Communities regarding this matter and quickly advised them that this was not going to be an acceptable change to our senior park. I moved into the senior park in 2017 after my husband passed away. with the intention of being in a safe, like-minded community, not having to worry about multiple different age levels within the community, being able to afford where I live in a nice, safe area. And Harmony Communities, ever since their purchase of our park, has turned our world upside down in many different ways. They're a predatory company. Sadly, the information that Mr. Ubaldi provided to you this morning is untruths, and I'm sure you're fully aware of that. We do not want our park to be an all-age park for many different reasons, and that's been voiced by many different people, so I won't reiterate that. I thank you for the Board of Supervisors who have taken upon this effort, and the Planning Commission who has taken on the effort and done their due diligence. I don't quite agree with the 80-20 because that does leave an opportunity to have residents that are under the age of 55 occupy. But besides that, I just want you to know that the overlay will ensure the safety, the financial ability for our seniors who have worked very hard all their lives to live in their community, feel comfortable, feel safe, and not being abused by groups and companies like Harmony Communities that are now trying to take over these properties for a financial gain. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue on to Beth Reeser. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, and she will be followed by Lisa Pierce.
Good morning, Commissioners, and it is Kaiser.
Kaiser, thank you.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to put a personal face on the comments of Disharmony and Mr. Uvalde in particular. They have come into our mobile home park and disrupted the lives of all of our seniors by miscommunication and absolute falsehoods, one of which is that 70% of us are white and rich. I am qualified for one half of that since I am white and old, although not rich. Our park is filled with people of all demographics and backgrounds, and we communicate and we enjoy walking with them and being involved with people of our age group who can remember what we remember. People like Disharmony come in with only one goal in mind, which is, of course, money. I have lived in that park since 2019. I have found a home, and I have found people that I can relate to. Disharmony is trying to take all of that away from us by increasing monetarily silly things, one of which is putting speed bumps in our park, which we are all opposed to. But somehow they managed to come in and displace what we have lived with for many years. Some of us, like me, have put all of our savings, all of our finances into this home that we enjoy living in. I agree with everything Ms. Anderson said, what Ms. Robledo said. I won't take up any of the more of your time. I just want to thank you so much for considering seniors as an important part of the demographics of Santa Maria. Thank you very, very much for your time and efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Reiser. Okay, we will go on to Lisa Pierce, to be followed by our last speaker in the North County, Steve Wagner.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. As you know, my name is Lisa Pierce. I reside at Del Cielo Mobile Home Parks. I've been there since 2012, and when I signed up there, stated on our rental agreement that it was a senior park. We also had a sign out front, and it also said 55 plus community park. And I've talked to a lot of people in there. There's a lot of people who do not have family or friends, and they don't know where they would go if the rent went up to where they couldn't afford it, if we had an all-age park come in and take over. Unfortunately, Harmony is looking out for themselves. They don't really care or think about other people. I just want to thank you for considering this overlay ordinance, not just for Del Cielo, but for the other 10 senior parks in the Santa Barbara area. And thank you for your time and your consideration.
You're welcome. Thank you, and that moves us to Steve Wagner. I hope I got it right.
Good morning. You've been hearing the reasons why senior mobile home parks of Santa Barbara County should exist and remain unchanged. But what's the reason they are threatened in the first place? The reason senior parks have been targeted by certain management companies is pure corporate greed. A senior park is inhabited by people who will most likely live out their lives in their own homes until they either die or have to move to assisted living. Their lot rent usually increases about 4% each year, depending upon the economy. A great many older senior parks have month-to-month rental agreements with their management companies and thus are protected from what the County of Santa Barbara, in its purpose section of the Santa Barbara Mobile Home Rent Control Ordinance, calls rapidly rising and exorbitant rents. A family or all-age park is one of constant turnover. Young families, usually with 2 incomes, use the purchase of a mobile home as a starting point where they can eventually save enough money for a down payment on a real home where they own both the home and the land it sits on. When this all-age or family home is sold, the base rent can be raised as high as 10% each time it's sold. That 10% increase is governed by the rent control ordinance if the new owners have a month-to-month rental agreement. What is happening is new mobile home buyers are forced to sign long-term leases for years instead of months, removing them from the protection of both rent control's yearly increase limits due to a lease exemption in the Santa Barbara Mobile Home Rent Control Ordinance and the 10% rate hike limit upon sale also no longer exists. So the transitory nature of an all-age or family park provides the management company with an immediate increase in profits at the expense of the seniors who are living there and are forced to move to try to regain the quality of life they have lost. The ultimate goal of these management companies is to purchase the homes of fleeing seniors, because when the mobile home and lot are both owned by management rent control does not exist, and increase upon sale of that lot is unlimited. So senior income housing is lost forever. Thank you very much. And also, many of the people of Del Cielo in their leases have in their leases that it is a senior park, contrary to what Nick Ibaldi was saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone coming back from Zoom?
We can try Miss Merrill again.
Yes, please.
Miss Merrill, would you like to try?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, wow. Sorry about that. Computer didn't have a microphone. Ugh. Anyways, hey, listen, I just wanted to thank you all for listening to us and considering, embedding this overlay. But I just wanted to answer, in remarks to Nick Ibaldi that told you all that this park has always been an all-age. Well, I guess if he didn't do his history looking through the planning department, he kind of missed the mark here. Actually, this establishment of Del Cielo was open in 1962. And unfortunately, the HCD was not established until 1974. So back then, not sure how y'all did it in 62 to establish that this was a 50 and is still a 55 and older community. So, there's a question there, and it was also addressed in the agenda part of the supervisor's website, where the planning department did find that out and said, well, we just don't have any more information on when this was established. So you might want to do just a little bit more research on that, but that would be my comment regarding this has never been an all-age park. It has always been established as 55 and older. And that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
I think that concludes our public comment, correct?
I have no additional hands up, unless we've received any additional speaker slips. I believe that was our
Okay.
last speaker.
Well, with that, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing on this item. So that will bring us back to staff. I'm going to ask the commission if we can take a quick 5-minute break because I didn't get water and I need it. So let's just do a 5-minute break and we'll be right back in for deliberations and cues. Questions, then deliberations. Where were we? I forgot. Were we at questions of staff or were we at deliberations? Questions. All right, okay. So does anyone have any questions of staff? Huh. I have one kind of, I heard a speaker talk about rent control. This is about an overlay and an ordinance and a definition of what's going to be in these parks, but are these already regulated in terms of price per unit?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, Mr. Lack and I were looking at each other because we had this conversation yesterday. So this aspect of this ordinance that we're looking at today is really planning action, which is developing rezoning and doing an overlay. There's a separate ordinance in the county code that's not administrated by our department that deals with rent control and mobile home parks. So that's a separate action and not before the commission today. And we haven't got any direction to modify that. And there may be some state laws that address that as well, but that's apart and separate from what we're doing today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, then I think we are on deliberations. Commissioner Park, you want to start us off? Or?
Yes. This is a very important issue. And usually when something's very important, we take a lot of time in deliberations. I don't want to take hardly any time in deliberations, and that doesn't mean I don't think it's important. So I want to make that clear to begin with. This is something that is essentially generated by the board. I see my role at the Planning Commission to help our Board of Supervisors take a closer look at land use issues, dig into things, develop things. Often we have ordinances and other things that are kind of more of a grassroots origin. This is sort of one, but it was brought to the board. And what I'm looking at here is a lot of issues that aren't really land use issues. That doesn't mean there's something wrong with it. It's just that they're important issues that go beyond what this Planning Commission needs to do. So my belief is staff did a good job of putting together what the Board of Supervisors asked them to do. I'm ready to pass on this and move on with very little else to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed?
Okay. Well, like Commissioner Park, I'm about ready to go forward on this, but I do have more to say on that issue since I know it has a great impact on quite a number of people that happen to be in the 4th District, as well as a lot of other residents of Santa Maria, which is not in my district, or that area. But, you know, everybody can certainly agree that decent, affordable housing is at a premium in Santa Barbara County. In the North County, it's even further exacerbated because the high demand for agricultural housing has effectively removed a great deal of the affordable and mid-level housing from the housing market. So it's only exacerbated the shortage. I think one of the most important parts of this whole package put together is in the first couple of sentences of the background. Senior mobile home parks represent one of the few unsubsidized affordable housing options left to senior citizens that permit exclusive residence in a detached dwelling. Not everybody wants to live in an Econo box apartment project type setting. Some people want to preserve their dignity and their independence by living in a single family setting in detached homes. Senior parks provide that. Also, they provide a low-rise setting. They provide security. As one resident, I think very articulately said, they can live with people of our own age group who can remember what we remember. That's more important, and even more important as you get older. Another element, I think mobile home living is a very important and undervalued element of improving the housing situation, not only for seniors, but also for younger people in an all-age park setting. We need more all-age parks. I would say to Harmony and companies like that, if all-age parks are important to you, build some. I think the county should work with them to make that sort of thing less challenging and more available. But brings us back to why we're here today, looking at seniors. I'm a really kind of hard-nosed property rights person. That's what brought me here. I don't like government telling me what to do with my property or business, but from time to time, it becomes obvious that some groups of people warrant and deserve some protection. I think seniors who live in these parks certainly are among those people. And let's focus on that. Seniors we're looking at here, these aren't, for the most part, people who sold some highly appreciated property in Southern California and bring their loot up here and are buying something up in the Orchid Hills. These are people who had, more normal lives, many of who lived in this area and raised their families, and many of whom have lived in these parks for decades. Del Cielo comes to mind particularly. I know there's some question about when it was a senior park. I remember back, well, when I was a little kid, we had some family friends who sold a very nice home in a very nice area and moved out to Del Cielo because he said he wanted to live in a senior park area. It didn't make any sense to me. Of course, I was a little kid at the time. Why wouldn't you want kids and noise and commotion around you? Now that times change, I really appreciate that. I've had a number of friends who lived in senior parks and appreciate the quietness and the safety and security afforded by those parks, which would be lost if they're converted to all age. So I don't need to talk all day, but I would just submit that to owners, Harmony, others. If your desire is to provide all-age housing in mobile home setting, build them. If your business model is to come in, buy a senior park, and then through various forms of action, convert it to all-age, which and it's pretty clear that conversion to all age really opens the door to increasing rental and leases and just increasing profitability. If that is your business model, I think it's time for us as a planning commission and for the board and as a county to step up and say, that's not a business model we accept or find attractive if it involves displacing these very deserving seniors. So we need to send out a message that this is not the place for that sort of a business model. So I think I've said about most of the important things I had in mind, but I am certainly 100% in favor of approving this and moving it ahead to the Board of Supervisors so we can provide some consideration to this very deserving group of people.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Martinez, your light is on.
Yes. I know I made indication in regards to my concerns regarding primary residence, and I haven't lost that concern. I'm still going to be supporting this matter before us to move forward because I don't want my concerns to be holding this up. I know it can be addressed between now and then in regards to once it goes to the Board of Supervisors. But I do think, though, that element has an impact upon both sides. One side being the business situation where somebody's getting into this business or is in this business, and they're being held to this degree of senior living. But it also puts in jeopardy when you have those who abuse the situation, and they're abusing it to the detriment of those who really need that spot for living at an affordable situation, because they're not using it for that. So that's why I'm so insistent about the primary residence. And I've seen it on both sides of it. But I think this is good for our community. This is good for those who have strived through life to achieve an end. And there's a lot more that goes behind it. And I am familiar with the other rent ordinances and other that. And this does have an ancillary impact on that. And again, it gets into that primary residence situation. So I'll rest at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney, do you have?
As always, I appreciate the remarks of my fellow commissioners, and certainly in this case, taking up a task begun by our Board of Supervisors, and I would do anything to support that. And I hear the enthusiasm and the intense concern of the public members who've traveled down here and addressed us very cogently. And so I would like to support the action that's recommended by staff.
Thank you, everyone. I have to say, first of all, I love this commission. I love this commission because everybody has really unique viewpoints and it's very diverse, and I think we do a great job. Yay, team. Also totally support the ordinance and the intent of it. I think it's easy to address the cleanup language that Commissioner Martinez brought up, and I don't know if staff had a suggestion because we might as well make it really good before we send it up to the board. And I also just wanted to thank everybody who came and followed the matter and actually articulated their concerns to the county, the board for doing what they did last October, and you know, for us understanding it and moving along swiftly. I appreciate that too. For the folks that own the parks, I can understand that this might be a little bit of a hiccup. But I really had to smile when I heard Commissioner Reed say, well, then go build ones that are all family. I think there's lots of housing opportunities to do that, and heaven knows we need all kinds. So I am fully in support of this overlay ordinance and everywhere you've actually mapped it to go. So with that, I'd ask staff to maybe give us some alternative language. Let me see if I won the prize. Would it be on Section 3? 35.28.180, item D, occupancy limits and rentals?
It could be. Madam Chair.
It's a game for me. It's a
But
game
yeah,
for
thank
me.
you for pointing that out. So in response to Chair Martinez's question about the primary residence, we took at least one stab in one location to add some additional language, and that would be in Section E, because it was talking about the affidavit, at least in that context. So for E4, we're showing the at least suggested additional language that could be added, and then there may be, and if that's acceptable or some alternative language, we could also continue to apply some other sections where it may be equally consistent.
Oh, that's great.
I believe that, I mean, I love that. I like that language, and there's a language that's just above that, which is the paragraph DA. It's right there. Mobile homes are occupied by at least one person. That's, I would just insert the same language right there, and then I think we have a fix. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for bringing that up.
Easy fix. They were already ahead of us.
Thank you.
Okay, so with those changes to the package, then I think we would just need to reflect that in our motion. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve this and support staff's recommendation?
I would make that motion.
And I know staff is so good, they'll put it in front of us so we can read it into the record. We are so official. Because it's a long list of recommendations. I know it's a big package. So do you, or how do you want us to do the motion? We can look to page 2 of our staff report, or
15. So, Madam Chair, you could refer to the recommended actions on page 2 and 3 of your staff report as amended today, and that would reflect the recent changes that we just showed on the screen.
Okay. Commissioner Martinez?
So I would move for the recommendations on page 2 and 3 of the staff report, along with the amendments that were made here too today, be accepted and voted upon.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Bridley. Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Let's take just a quick break for staff changeout. Does anyone need longer than We'll just take a few minutes to have staff change out. You're welcome. Thanks for coming.
Have you been before the city council yet?
What?
Have you been before the city council?
No, I So we're going to start again here. Mr. Villalobos, do you want to read into the record our item number 2?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Bradford Sublet property owner to consider case number 20 TPM1 and to adopt the negative declaration, case number 22 NGD 12, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval.
Thank you. And as a actionable land entitlement thing, do we have any Brown Act disclosures that we want to mention here? Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have, as a result of a site visit with 2 of the applicant's support staff, Gallery Macon and Vern Williams, a few days ago, and it reminded me of the last time I went to Magic Mountain because there was a lot of climbing and expertise applied by Mr. Williams driving. I did ask about his brakes and when they'd last been repaired, because if that truck didn't stop when he pushed down on it, we were going a long way. That's probably an overstatement, but that is one that everyone should do once in a while.
Yes. I appreciate that. Commissioner Park.
I had a very brief conversation last week with Agent Gallery Macon. She told me she had a matter coming in front of us, and then it was subdivision map, and then we forgot to talk about it any further. So.
I had the exact same experience with Gallery Macon about 6 weeks ago. Yeah, we were going to do a site visit, but we got stuck in Isla Vista and we never made it to Toro Canyon. So, so I don't have any substantive discussion prior to this hearing on the case. So with that, let's go to staff's presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Willow Brown. I will be presenting the McAllen Ranch LLC tentative parcel map. Next slide, please. Oh, do I? Oh, sorry. This is an aerial view of the project site. The property, outlined in white on this map, consists of 2 lots located at 3340 Toro Canyon Park Road in the Toro Canyon Community Plan area for Supervisorial District. The lots are zoned Agricultural 1 with a 20-acre minimum parcel size. The site is surrounded by lots zoned Residential Ranchette to the north and east, Recreation to the east, Mountainous Toro Canyon to the south, and Agriculture 1 to the west. The surrounding uses consist of agricultural activities, single-family residences, and open space. The proposed lots will be consistent with the size of the surrounding lots, as they range from approximately 3 acres to 68 acres, with an average lot size of approximately 19 acres. The proposed project is a request for a tentative parcel map to divide the 2 existing lots, which are currently 54.5 acres and 25.67 acres, into 4 lots of approximately 20 acres each, consistent with the minimum lot size requirement. The project site is currently developed with avocado orchards, a single-family dwelling, and agricultural development. The project site is located in the rural area of Toro Canyon off of Toro Canyon Park Road. Development associated with the tentative parcel map consists of grading and retaining walls for driveway improvements. The majority of the subject property is steeply sloped, and so development envelopes are proposed on the portions of the property with slopes averaging 20% or less. The lots will be accessed off of 2 existing driveways from Toro Canyon Park Road that will be widened to meet Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire Protection District standards. The driveways will primarily follow the existing agricultural roads for the avocado orchards. This slide shows photos of the project site. The photo on the left shows the existing paved driveway to be improved. The middle photo shows the existing orchards on site, and the photo on the right shows the existing agricultural roads to be improved. The project was continued from the April 2nd Planning Commission hearing at the applicant's request to allow time to accommodate a neighbor's request to relocate the driveway further from the western property line. The applicant revised the project to modify the alignment of the proposed access to reduce impacts on oak trees as well as some planted redwood trees that provide visual screening, erosion control, and slope stability. The changes were reviewed and approved by the Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire Protection District. Additionally, a biological memorandum was submitted outlining the changes on potential impacts. Although tree replacement is not required for the removal of non-native trees, the applicant worked with the neighbor to propose conditions to avoid impacts to redwood trees, and in the case one is impacted by future development, a replacement tree is required to be planted. The project is consistent with policies in the comprehensive plan, including the Toro Canyon Plan, regarding adequate services, noise, hillside and watershed protection, and protection of visual, agricultural, biological, cultural, and water resources. Future development on the lots will be limited to the proposed development envelopes, which have been evaluated for potential impacts to resources. By limiting development to the envelopes and implementing the project conditions, the project will be consistent with all applicable policies. The project is also consistent with all ordinance requirements. The project is consistent with Article 2, as continued residential and agricultural uses on the lots will be consistent with the intent of the Ag 1 zone, and the lots comply with the minimum lot size for the Ag 120 zone. The lots are also consistent with all Chapter 21 requirements, including lot area, width, and depth requirements, adequate access, site suitability for the type and density of development proposed, and impacts of the project on the environment and on public health. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project to study its anticipated environmental effects. No significant and unavoidable impacts were found to occur. Less than significant impacts with mitigation were found in the areas of aesthetics and visual resources, agricultural resources, biological resources, cultural resources, and water resources and flooding. Mitigation measures to reduce these impacts to less than significant levels are included as conditions of approval. Insignificant impacts were found for the remaining resource areas. Staff recommends a slight change in Condition 25 of Attachment B to include language regarding utilities when recording the easements, and to change the timing of the condition from the time of conveyance to prior to map recordation. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings, adopt the final MND, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B and as modified. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions. And I believe the Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire Protection District is also available over Zoom. So please ask any questions for them during staff questions. Thank you.
Very good. Does the commission have questions for staff? Commissioner Park, your light's on.
Yeah, but you know, I'm glad to defer to Commissioner Cooney to go first on his questions if he wants, because it's his district.
Okay.
You
Commissioner
decide.
Cooney?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Park, but I do have several comments, and I'd prefer you get
Okay,
yours
let me
out
go
there
forward with
first.
mine because it's really just sort of one question. I'm going to talk about the orchards that are there, okay? And I want to refer to your staff report, in particular to page 6, if you don't, or do you have that available to you? Okay. And there's a section 6.1.2 on agricultural resources. Now, I was a little puzzled here. It makes the point that, in fact, I'll read, according to the points analysis, the project will not result in the loss or impairment of viable agricultural land. And I presume that's because of, the belief that this is not viable agricultural land, so not having it won't be the loss of viable agricultural land. Am I right so far?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, in the mitigated negative declaration, we refer to the agricultural point system from the environmental thresholds and guidelines manual, and points a project that has, or a property that has points of 60 is considered agriculturally viable, and when this was evaluated, it came out to 59 points, and so it was not considered agriculturally viable.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I was puzzled a little bit by the next sentence. While according to the point system, the parent parcel and the resulting parcels would not be considered agriculturally viable, the potential exists that the future residential use of the new parcels could conflict with existing agricultural uses on the parcels. What does that mean?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, the intent of that mitigation measure was just if the parcel is subdivided and the future lots are sold off, that there would be a notification that there is agriculture grown on the land and that it wouldn't be considered a nuisance.
Well, when I read the references to notification, it seemed to be talking about lands next to it or nearby. And so this sparked in my mind, do the orchards stay or do they go? Okay. And so I'm wandering, looking through things, and I'm not finding it in the staff report. I'm not finding it anywhere. And then I thought, well, I better look at the project description. That I realized that, when I first started paying attention to the Planning Commission 40, 50 years ago, things like this project, subdivision map approvals, that was the main business. I can't remember doing it in the last 6 or 7 years. Maybe we've done one. And so I forgot where the project description was, but I found it in the conditions of approval. And the project description doesn't say we're taking out the orchards, and it doesn't say we're keeping the orchards. And it's something we ought to know about, because even if they're not viable, they have a lot to do with erosion control. They have a whole lot to do with buffering fires and things like that. So we just ought to know. Do you know? Is it somewhere else that I missed? Or shall I ask Ms. Macon?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, the development envelopes do prohibit grading outside of that area, but I would defer to the applicant to speak more on the intent of the future use of the parcel. My understanding is that they are intending to keep the orchards, but I would let them expand on that.
That's good, because I think you aptly point out that grading isn't the only issue with those orchards. I mean, you can just turn off the irrigation and then you're not going to have an orchard after a while. Okay, we'll reserve that for you. You got it, right? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to clarify one piece to this. So this mitigation measure as well, the whole purpose of that is for the future, if these subject parcels are sold off, with the acknowledgement that residential uses can be incompatible with agricultural uses that can be nuisances, we want to make it very clear that these are still agriculturally zoned parcels and they are surrounded by ag uses. And so when they are conveyed, there could be adjacent parcels next to them that are going to continue and should continue in ag, and that will not be a nuisance to them. That's not a viable reason to say it's a nuisance.
It's just like an extra layer on the ag preservation ordinance, right?
But that's correct. It's
Yeah.
with regard to the MND. It's a protection of the existing ag as a
Okay.
resource.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Okay, I'm impressed with Commissioner Park. He's pretty sharp. He started asking about
Commissioner Reed, can
exactly
you
the
move your
things I
mic
have
closer
highlighted.
Oh, yeah.
But
You know,
I do have a question.
we need your mic closer.
Oh, yeah, I was
I had the
interesting.
same thing highlighted.
Yeah, we had the same questions, but no, issue summary, in terms of the no longer financially viable. I noticed on the issue summary back on page 2, it's mentioned that apparently the avocado orchards are no longer financially viable, where I'd like to know how that determination was made. And then, of course, when you, in your review, you use this point system, which is, seems to be very objective. Although, did anybody consider what happens to the avocado market when Trump slaps 100% tariff on the avocados from Mexico? Maybe that's facetious, but it's also something to consider. And just one last question. Are avocado trees, are they a depreciable asset? I asked because in a former life I sold syndications on certain types of nut trees, and they were a depreciable asset, which really changes the complexion of some land purchases and the viability of this sometime in the future. Do you happen to know that? Although it's not related to exactly what we're doing.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think we would probably defer to the applicant on that. I think they'd probably know better than we do in land use.
Okay, so that's, and also, do you notice that the outline of this property tends to look like a map of Italy? It's
We're
neither
going to
here
get
nor
back
there.
to our questions on the case. I love the banter. Yeah, it does.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just our previous item was, I found it kind of cathartic, so I'm a little
Now you're
ebullient.
inspired. Okay, going to my left, Commissioner Cooney, are you? to get us back in line here.
Yes, it's an interesting discussion so far. I hate to intrude with the facts, but I'll just say what my concerns are, and I'll preface that by indicating, as I did with Ms. Brown, I was introduced to the Planning Commission some 20-plus years ago as a member of a citizen committee appointed by then Supervisor Naomi Schwartz to oversee the Toro Canyon Community Plan. And so I developed a deep affection for the area and the beauty, and can understand the desire, apparently, to look for a way of making the property productive. But agricultural uses are not available, at least they weren't disclosed. But I do have concerns because the basic purpose of the plan, as I recall it, was to offset the tendency to develop the hillside, and these properties were right in the bullseye of what future development might bring. Well, that all went away at the time, and it's being reintroduced in this application. So I had several questions which Ms. Brown ably answered, but the main focus was that we have two projects. There's the project of splitting 4 parcels or 2 parcels into 4, and then there are the issues which accompany the future potential for homes and all kinds of development. So that's a rough outline, not questions of Ms. Brown, because she is very well prepared to answer any questions if commissioners or others have them, and I'll want to ask questions of Ms. Macon when she appears.
Okay. Did anyone else have questions for staff? It looks like no. Then let's go to our applicant's presentation, please. We're moving along at a light speed here, so can you do your presentation maybe 10 minutes?
Yes, Chair Bridley. It's a very brief presentation. I think you have a copy of it. I'll be pretty brief. Thank you for having us here today. This project turned black. Okay, there we go. This has been with our firm for about 10 years. So this is a very monumental day for us as a firm. Bob Flowers actually started it.
Oh.
So let's see. We have a great project team, and we do have the owner applicant with us as well. Please don't ask him any questions, though. I'll answer them. He doesn't want to speak, but we've had a great team working on this, and I think we tried our very hardest to limit impacts as much as possible with this parcel map. As Ms. Brown explained, it's taking the yellow highlight is the existing 2 parcels, and then splitting it into 4. We sort of starred out where some of the existing structures are. The site improvements would just be the grading for the driveways, the retaining walls, and the utilities. It's unknown. The proposed buyers of the lots may keep, like there's an existing residence on parcel 3, they may just keep that and not do anything else. But we've identified areas where potential building envelopes could go. And so we've limited our disturbance to those areas and our study areas to those potential lots. Here's where the project site is located, kind of zoomed out on the zoning map. You can see there's, we have this sort of pocket of Ag 120, but we're surrounded by this residential rural ranchette and single family to the north and west. And there are several EDRNs to the south. So here's a map we put together just to give you more information. So the yellow is the existing orchards. The red is the outline of slopes less than 20%. So we sort of use that as our main baseline of certainly nothing can happen beyond that red line. And then within that, we have even a smaller area associated with the grading, which is about 4 acres of the total ag area of 53 acres. And then the blue outlines show a potential location for the building envelopes. And that's what was studied as part of this exercise. We worked with our neighbors with this project. It came to our attention, they had some concerns. We met with them and came up with a new road alignment. We also pulled back some of the development envelope on parcel 1. And then, as Willow described, we proposed a tree protection plan, a redwood tree protection plan, and a redwood tree replacement plan associated with the new road going in. And I can answer any questions if you have on that. So our overall project objectives were meet the goals and policies of the Toro Canyon Community Plan. We recognize this is a major part of it. Minimize the impacts to the existing agriculture that they do want to keep. This would allow more participation in maintaining the orchard. The water source is Montecito water, and so it's a very expensive irrigation to maintain the ag. But if you split it up into 4, there's more opportunity, more people to contribute to it. We tried to use all the existing picking roads as our paths to get to potential building sites, limiting any disturbed areas on steep slopes, and avoiding any impacts to the biologically sensitive areas. And lastly, working with our neighbors to minimize impacts to the surrounding area. And that's it. Here to answer any additional questions that you may have.
I'm sure. Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Macon, if I can be formal for a minute. The project, the part of the project which I think concerns me and others, my neighbors, is the potential for development. When we worked on the plan and decided that downzoning would be limited to 20-acre parcels, that's embedded in this, is it not? So that's
yes,
what
these
we're
are
talking
all 20-acre parcels.
Right. So the minimum would be 20 acres, and that's being honored in this project. So what I think my focus has been is what is the risk to all of us to the building stage when someone comes in and decides they want to live up on that mountain with poor access. I think is certainly not going to deter those who are looking for less populated areas, fantastic views, and so there'll be challenge. And how do you project the ability of the county to monitor what could be 8 total residences in the area?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, so any application would have to work with the county, and they'd have to get it approved. Any development on the lot would have to go through a permitting process and meet the conditions of this map and be limited to the areas that we've identified on the development envelopes. And so nothing can expand beyond that, including grading. So that's why we sort of really work to identify what could possibly be developed and trying to maintain the protected areas outside of it.
What protects the neighbors and the county against chopping all the redwood trees and, for that matter, oak trees down that are existing on the parcel now?
Commissioner Cooney, I think it's illegal to cut down oak trees without proper permitting. I'd refer to staff, but there's measures listed in the map conditions that prohibit that, and then I don't know how how it can speak to enforcement of bad actors. But the zoning isn't changing. It's still the Ag 1 zone, and that needs to maintain as the primary use of the lot. And if they cut down the orchard outside of their development envelope, I mean, they can get a violation and they'd have to replace it. And I don't know what all the planning steps would be, but it wouldn't be allowed as part of this map.
So your distinction is what happens inside the development envelope versus what might be on the parcel, but outside the development envelope, right?
Commissioner, can you repeat the question?
Well, I thought you just made a distinction that if someone was damaging the trees outside the development envelope, there could be some violation in that. That's all.
Yes.
Okay. What role, if any, does the Board of Architectural Review have on the future development of residences?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, my understanding is through the land use permit process, they would still be subject to BAR for the single family home. They're not exempted. This isn't, I don't think there's any objective design standards that would allow them to bypass design review. So they would still need to go through that step.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Did you have more?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Park?
I think Mr. Reed was first.
Okay, Commissioner Reed.
Hello, I just wanted to clarify something. So this action, while it establishes development envelopes for building structures, homes, whatever, any structure or development proposed by future owners is going to be subject to the same rigorous permitting and approval process as any other structure in the county. Is that correct?
Commissioner Reed, yes, that's correct.
And that also provides ample opportunity for neighbors and other affected parties to express their opinions, even up to the point of filing appeals, correct?
Commissioner Reed, that's correct, and they're appealable. Those
Okay.
actions are appealable.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Park?
I have a very simple question, but I want to provide just a little background why I think it's important and why I think it's appropriate for the Planning Commission to be involved in this. And this is going to the orchards. But I have two formative experiences. I'm going to that bear on this. I'm going to be very brief. I remember being a kid standing in the playground at Cold Spring School in 1964, watching the Coyote Fire sweep back and forth across the hillside. And it wasn't burning any houses up in the hills because there weren't any. It did come down into Mountain Drive, and that's how my buddies from Mountain Drive, they'd say, oh, I just lost that house, but they'd rebuild it with adobe, and those were the Mountain Drive folks. But that's all. And it did come into Montecito, but it didn't sweep through the foothills burning anything other than chaparral, and it swept back and forth because there wasn't anything then. And then I remember years later, I was probably in the beginning of college or high school, the Romero Canyon fire. I hope people remember that. And 3 firefighters were burned going up in those hills, getting stuck in a canyon, and they burned to death. And so over the years, I've watched fires in our hillsides. And in our infinite wisdom, we have community-wise, county, whoever had jurisdiction, allowed much more significant development up in the hills, up in the mountains. Part of it came with money. When I was first involved in acquiring real estate, a poor person getting a tract house, you didn't look up at these 20 and 40 acre parcels in the Montecito foothills and above seriously because it cost so much to get there and it would cost so much to build it. And what would you have? You'd be away from town. And none of the local residents were interested in those parcels. But, money came from other places and you could helicopter in and spend the money to build roads, and now we build them. And now when we have big fires, we send fire truck crews up to protect them. And we also have, I don't think any of our fires have been caused by people actually living there, but there's always that possibility now that we have so many more people living in the hillsides that they might start a fire. It's appropriate for us to look at fire as an issue when we're looking at subdividing agricultural lands. We have had projects in this county where large ranches, which when you look at the zoning code, could say they could be split into 40-acre, 100-acre parcels, and the county said no. Okay, the planning process said no because it's going to be whatever the loss of resources they cited. Here, yes, we know that the avocados are not viable. They probably never have been or haven't been for a long time. What agriculture in Santa Barbara County is viable, I think growing strawberries is. Probably growing cows anywhere is not truly viable agriculture as it's defined. So I don't know what it means. I do know that in those fire in Goleta, the avocado orchards made a huge difference in buffering the residential areas from fire. I think it's the same kind of consideration we have here. I'm frankly uncomfortable with all the large developments. I mean, large acre developments of single-family residences up in the foothills. But it is what's happening. It'll happen with this. But I would like to see those orchards stay for the reasons that I just described of buffer for fires, preserving some kind of agricultural look to the area instead of just turning it into housing sites. So are you going to keep the orchards or not? And then part 2 will be then what is it we put into these documents that say thou shalt keep them, because there's nothing in it now. Bingo.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Park. They want to keep the orchards. They have looked at potentially converting to agave, which has less water use. But they want to have an agricultural primary use there for the very reasons you're stating. It provides themselves fire protection as well. And I think that is the beauty of that site. It's a aesthetics, the actual agricultural product, safety, and the fact that that is what they're buying into is an ag land that comes with an orchard that they could replace with something else, but they have ag employee dwellings that are on the property that maintain the orchards, and that is slated to remain and continue. Their ag processing building is slated to remain. So the ag use is not in under consideration to be changed. I don't know how we incorporate that into a condition or overlay, or I don't know how they can. I don't know what that process looks like, or an easement, or I don't know. But all I can say is that is their intent, and that is part of the project, is to maintain it.
I'm going to be much more comfortable voting for this if somebody in this room comes up with a solution to how to keep that orchard there. And I understand you may want to go to agaves. I think that's a very good idea. I have a friend that just got 250 of them out of down south to put up in a place he has in Hollister Ranch, and they make a great fire barrier. I think is it the Barton Fink house that was so interesting and unusual? And it's surrounded by something like that. I remember that was a piece of it. But I think we need to solve this puzzle today, or else it won't be another 10 years, but it'll be some period of time so that we can do this. And I think we can legally do it, but maybe staff will have to inform me otherwise. All right, thank you.
Okay, I had a couple questions there, a little bit more. Did you have more questions?
I will, but I'll follow.
Okay. So let's go to, I think it's your 5, the one with the building envelopes and the red outlines, potential building out. Can we go to that slide? I'm not sure if staff is getting that. We're looking for her slide 5, I think the one with the agriculture and development areas, it's titled. Back 3. Oop. Oop.
I think she was referring to my
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah, next one. Up to ag, no, well, down. That. Stop. Okay, so this map, and I'm not, this actually, I don't know that this exhibit was in the recorded, what's going to be recorded. Is it? When I looked at the map exhibits,
We put this together for Planning Commission because I thought it would be useful to see all the
Okay. So
overlays.
when I was reading all the line work on the ones that were filed as part of the tentative map to be recorded, I didn't see this detail. But the question is, you've got the blue polygons for building development envelope, but then you've got the potential development envelope just to illustrate that there are other places on a property that you could do development, but by this indication, it's only going to be in the building development envelope, right?
Chair Bridley, so the red line is really just identifying 20% slopes or lower. But any of the grading or potential building sites would be within the blue.
So
There it
maybe it's a question to staff too. The blue polygons are part of the exhibit that's going to be the recorded map?
Chair Bridley, the development envelopes would be recorded with the map, but the polygons wouldn't be recorded.
I'm calling the polygons the blue things. That won't be, because those are the building envelopes. Are they going to be part of the recorded documents or?
No, it would just be the development envelopes and the parcel lines.
Well, let's be really clear about this, because the blue building development envelope on the bottom, that I'm calling a polygon, that is not going to be recorded with the map?
That's correct.
Oh,
Chair Bridley, so the blue polygons do show up on our tentative parcel maps, our improvement plans that
Okay.
include the roads and the grading associated, and it outlines all of those areas and calls it out as building envelopes.
okay. So then what do we do about like the pre-existing development in the lower corner of Lot 3? That is not part of a development envelope? How are we doing with that?
So, Chair Bradley, those are included as part of the potential, all-inclusive of the development envelopes, but it's not for the future proposed building envelopes.
Oh, well, then maybe you want to put future building development on. The reason I'm asking is when Edisbrook was approved and they had building envelopes, then it got very difficult for the owners because when they wanted to go and do like a deck, a 24-inch deck that wasn't within 5 feet of the house, they had to go through like a map amendment to get it codified. So I want to be careful and clean on it since you've already spent so long on it. And you and staff can figure that out. But the idea here, if we approve this, is that the blue building development envelopes are where new development would be, notwithstanding existing development already extant on the site, correct?
So,
And then-
Chair Briley, we went a step further on this that probably was not necessary. But all that would be approved would be the map with the 4 lots and the roads and access and the red polygon. We've gone a step further, assuming these are viable lots, assuming these get approved. This is where someone could potentially put a building envelope. But that's not what would be approved.
So I'm really honestly hearing 2 different things. Someone's got to be clear for us here.
Madam Chair, yeah, I'd like to just weigh in. Maybe I can clarify. So what you see on the screen with the map, the red area, that outline is the development envelope area. So when you approve the map, that would include these 4 parcels and then the red outline. So the applicant could propose in the future development within the red boundary.
So an ADU, a pool, a cabana could go anywhere within the red line work.
With regards to the map, yes.
Okay.
But with regards to a project that is submitted following the recordation of this map is still subject to all of the policies that are in place at the time when they submit the map or submit the development.
Okay.
So slope policies, ESH policies, those all apply.
Those
so
all carry
those
forward.
those projects will be required to be evaluated by staff to determine that they're acceptable. So what Ms. Macon has shown on this figure here in the blue is just really a kind of a preview of the areas where they've analyzed they think is the highest development potential. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Just really needs to be crystal clear on the map that gets recorded, right? Because, I don't need to tell you, Ms. Macon, this, but I could see this being very confusing for future owners and neighbors of owners that are going to complain about it. So I also, that is probably more into deliberations, but that was my major question. So I think that's all I had for questions. Is there anything else? Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to understand, and I think you can clarify this. So the water provided that services the agricultural production there on this property, is this a well, or is this, did you say it's provided by the Montecito Water Company?
Commissioner Martinez, it is right now Montecito Water District is providing the water.
Well, because the way I'm thinking here is that, and I've heard other commissioners indicate in regards to the agriculture being sustained on these properties in the hills in particular, whether you fire break or for whatever purposes, I can't envision that if somebody's buying a piece of this, or buying within this building envelope, or, where they can build their house or whatever, if that's going to be the same person that's going to be a farmer to do this agricultural work. So that's something I'm interested in seeing of how that dichotomy could work, because from my own bad experience, that it just doesn't work. I mean, I'm not going to go home and farm, and no, that happens. And yeah, that was just my point, is that I can only see that there has to be some dichotomy there of understanding between those who are going to live there and those who are going to do the agricultural work to sustain the agriculture that exists, or if it is changed. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez, it seems probable that all of the agriculture will be maintained by one entity, that the 4 owners would contribute to the maintenance costs. And it would continue as it currently is operating as one maintenance.
And I can see that, but I guess that brings in the business complications of this entity being, leasing, how they're going to pay for the water, all these other problems that come into phase of being an on-site farmer but not the owner of the property. And that's what I'm looking at, how that can be combined into one cohesive unit of understanding between all 4 owners and a 5th party, which is going to be the farmer. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we talk about fire? And I hope that a representative of the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Department is available to us, because there are lots of conditions about fire, right? Could you just mention the ones that you have in your mind?
Commissioner Cooney, I cannot recite the conditions. Maybe staff can pull those up. When we've met with the fire department, we've met with them a few times, and the access is being improved for fire safety. The roads are currently not meeting fire code, and they will be with this map. And so in terms of access, that's an improvement. And then in terms of water, they have a 100,000+ gallon tank at the top of parcel 2, I believe, that will serve as fire protection for the whole ranch, which is great. And there will be a fire hydrant for each lot as well.
Where will those hydrants be in relation to the development, the residential development? Do you know? I mean, is there a plan for that?
I can ask our engineer, who's just sitting there, to walk up and, I don't know if it's been designed.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Vern Williams, Flowers and Associates, and we right now do not have well, actually, our plans do show where the hydrants will be at this time, but that's subject to the final development of each lot. But the plan is to have a fire hydrant near each of the proposed dwellings that will obtain water, as Guillory said, from the 100,000 gallon tank, which is the top of lot 2.
Mr. Williams, I don't mean to move aside Ms. Macon, but you and I saw the parcel together and saw the water tank up there, and it certainly looks like it holds a lot of water. I'm not so concerned, but how does it get from there to a fire that started outside one of the new residences?
We're proposing to put in a system of fire water lines to each of the hydrants, and they'll also supply the sprinkler systems for each dwelling. And all this could be reviewed and accepted by the fire department as the project develops.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Just to add to that, if someone buys a lot and puts in a 1,000 square foot house versus a 3,000 square foot house, it varies on fire protection requirements and how many sprinklers and what the demand would be. And so that'll ultimately get sized when someone comes in with an application and has a project proposed.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Please.
Speaking. Madam Chair, we do have someone from the fire department here, and there's a general theme that's being repeated by the commissioners related to fire and fire protection. I think it would be good if we could invite Mr. LaMonaco to speak, because I think it may not get to the exact point that Commissioner Park had talked about, but there are certain fire code requirements that are implemented once a person wants to build a house. And I think it'd be good for the commission to understand what those requirements are to help frame some of the concerns that I keep hearing as far as protection of health and safety when a structure is added. And if it's the chair's will, I think it'd be good to hear from him. And I don't mean to cut Ms. Macon off.
No,
I think it
please,
might
thank
help.
you.
I think that's a great idea. Let's do that. Does someone have him dialed up?
I'm here listening in.
Thank you.
So my name is Michael LaMonaco. I'm the fire marshal for Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Department. Thank you for having me. So one point of clarification I'll just start with that Commissioner Park brought up. In 1971, we had the Romero Canyon fire. We actually had 4 firefighter fatalities, 3. And that was actually an arson-caused fire. Now going back to what we're talking about. So the current plan that's been submitted to us that we've approved is the access. And then we've looked at a tentative hydrant plan, which Vern had referred to. All of that will come off that 100,000 gallon tank. When the actual development starts, that's when the plans will be officially basically submitted to us, where then we will determine exact locations of hydrants, the pipe sizing that's going to be required in order to provide the fire flow or the right amount of water at each of those building sites. So we also talked about other measures that would take effect once individual houses are submitted to us. Each home will be required to have fire sprinklers installed. So when it goes through the building permit process, that'll be a condition that we put on each and every home, each structure, as a matter of fact. Doesn't matter if it's a detached garage, a barn, whatever it is, it's going to have internal sprinklers. That'll be a deferred submittal, which will basically come to our office and will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis to make sure it meets the current standards. Seeing that this is the wildland urban interface, all these things will have to be built to 7A construction, which basically means it's going to be a hardened home, and that really falls more under the building department, but we put that criteria on it as well to make sure that these things are done. Are there any other questions or things that you'd like me to elaborate on?
Okay, I also want to point out that the map actually has a couple turnouts, right? Which is a big deal for this in the new road system. So that was, I assume, on your advice and your guidance?
Correct. We looked it over. We basically made sure it applied, we applied the proper widths. Slopes were considered, as well as location of turnouts and turnarounds.
Thank you.
There's one existing road I will bring up. It's kind of over near that Redwood area. I believe it's on the west side of the parcel. It's the straightest portion of the road, kind of on the, I would call it out the lower left-hand side since I'm pointing at it, but you really can't see what I'm pointing at. It's slightly steeper than what would be currently approved, but with the widening and the short distance that it is, we're willing to accept that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm way overstepping potentially, but if we could get Mr. LaMonaco to also talk about, and if he did already, I apologize, the requirement in the fire code as far as separation from vegetation and new structures in that high fire hazard area.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Did you
So
hear
when,
that? Yeah.
I did hear that. So when each of the projects, each development will come to us as a separate thing. So lot 3, lot 4, whatever it is, we will see that plan. When that plan comes to us, one of the requirements we will have is a vegetation management plan. And in that plan, they're going to have to let us know what's going to happen within the first 5 feet, the first 30 feet, the first 100 feet of that structure. We'll need a list of all the plants to make sure the plants are allowable. We have a list of plants that are not acceptable in the high fire and very high fire hazard area. So all of that will be reviewed at the point that each of these lots are developed.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any other questions?
Yes, Mr. LaMonaco. Chief LaMonaco, I was up there a few days ago, and the first thing I noticed was the steepness of the road that you've just referred to. And I was remembering the fire engines that populated my road not far away during the most recent conflagration up there. And those, not all engines could make it up our road, which was significantly less steep than this. But I just want you to confirm that your approval of the access road is sufficient for building purposes.
It is. We looked at that grade. I don't recall off the top of my head what percent slope that was, but all of the equipment in this county, as well as out of county resources, the length of that driveway, it's a straight shot. It is a little bit steeper, but they can all make that. There is no access issue in that area.
Okay, I've got one other subject to raise and get your current approach to it. With respect to building materials, we have had several projects presented to us, and I've always had the opportunity to be concerned about requiring building materials that would be fire resistant. So if ultimately whatever else around burns, the residents would be less likely to do so. Is that part of, it's not part of the conditions as I see them now, but is that something that the department considered?
That's stepping out of our lane. That is building and safety would ultimately be responsible for construction materials. We can make recommendations, but it's not our authority to do that.
Thank you. That is very succinctly answered.
Madam
Okay.
Chair and Commissioners, we do, so we as staff spoke with Building and Safety as well, just to confirm before the hearing the requirements, and Ms. Brown does have some information she could share on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cooney, there is a handout on Building and Safety's website that talks about the requirements for building materials in the high fire hazard area, and some of these requirements are a fire retardant roof material, roof gutters to prevent the accumulation of leaves and debris in the gutter, exterior wall coverings made of non-combustible or ignition-resistant materials, glazing such as windows and doors to have a minimum fire resistance rating of not less than 20 minutes, and accessory structures such as patio covers or trellises that are attached or within 50 feet of a building on the same lot to be made of non-combustible or ignition-resistant materials.
That was complete, I think, but what were you reading from?
That is a handout on Building and Safety's website for construction in very high fire hazard zones.
So does that bind an applicant to follow those provisions, or is it just suggestion?
It comes from the, I believe, Chapter 7A requirement, so it's just, it just simplifies it for applicants who aren't familiar with the requirements, but they are based on Building and Safety's requirements.
So that'll be their code.
Thank you.
I'm going to hope that we can move this along because we were trying to get through this item and also the housing last item and finish the hearing before we had to break for lunch. So do we have more questions, or are we ready? Okay.
Just to clarify something, when you were speaking to Chair Bridley, was I correct in understanding you may have suggested some of the potential future owners could acquire the services of an orchard management company so they could leave the avocados intact?
Commissioner Reed, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That happens a lot out there, too. Okay. Not seeing any more questions, or no? Okay. Well, do we have anyone signed up to speak? I don't have any speaker subs. Oh, stand corrected. Thank you. We have one speaker in the room. Is there anyone else online, Mr. De Villalobos?
No speakers online.
Okay. So I open the public comment period, and we'll do 3 minutes. We're asking Chris Gillen. Chris Gillen, yeah.
Chris Guillen.
Guillen. Three minutes, if you could.
All right, I'm good. Good morning. It's still morning. My name is Chris Guillen. I'm a partner at Brownstein Hyatt, and I'm here today representing Annie and Andy Kaiser. The Kaisers are the owners of 580 Toro Canyon Road. It's directly west of the project site. They purchased the property in 2014 and diligently constructed a new ADU on the property about 60 feet from the western boundary of the project site. The ADU is just downslope from the nearest agricultural road proposed by the project. Given the proximity to the project site, my clients had significant concerns with the project's initial design. A road along with significant grading was proposed to be built along the ranch's shared property with the Kaisers property, and the development envelope for parcel 1 was in close proximity to a drainage that runs onto the Kaisers property. As a result, the Kaisers had concerns regarding fire buffers, erosion, soil stability, and impacts to trees. The Kaisers expressed these concerns to the project applicant in 2023 and again in March of this year. And since that time, the project applicant and county staff have engaged in a constructive, collaborative dialogue to address these issues. In a good faith negotiation, the Kaisers proposed and the project applicant agreed to make the following changes to the project that are important to the Kaisers. The road along the western boundary of the project site has been moved further east to minimize any impacts to soil stability and the trees that border the two properties. The conditions of approval include a condition that this road cannot be moved closer to the property boundary in the event design changes are required in the future. The Kaisers, of course, would have preferred the road to be moved further east, but we believe this was a neighborly compromise between the two parties. The conditions of approval require the project applicant to retain a geotechnical engineer to facilitate construction of the road and ensure the road will not result in unstable slopes or increased erosion onto the Kaisers property. Third, the project applicant agreed to pull back the development envelope on parcel 1 to ensure the envelope does not encroach on a drainage that runs onto the Kaisers property. So you'll see that chopped off on parcel 1. We appreciated that from the project applicant. The conditions of approval also include, and this is the fourth item, the conditions of approval also include measures to protect the stand of redwoods that border the western boundary of the project site. And I just want to clarify that this is a protection measure that protects trees both inside and outside of the development envelope. These measures will ensure that the redwoods are protected during construction, monitored after construction, and replaced in the event any die. This is important not only as the redwoods provide important habitat, but they also stabilize soils on that slope as it runs down to the Kaisers property. The Kaisers believe these changes to the project address their concerns and appreciate the project applicant and county staff's efforts to facilitate these changes. The Kaisers understand that any future development within the development envelopes will need to establish compliance with all county regulations, including the Toro Canyon Community Plan. And while the Kaisers have some residual concerns with the location of the development envelopes, they believe any such concerns can be addressed through further good faith collaboration between the project applicant, the property owner, the Kaisers, and county staff. I do have one request for clarification. It may seem trivial. There was conversation during deliberations about whether the development envelopes and building pads, and we just want to clarify that the tentative parcel map that is going to theoretically be approved by this commission identifies road access easements that are shown in the red footprint, and then also like the building envelopes, which are also shown in red. And so there wouldn't be any building construction within the road access easements. We just requested that clarification. Okay. Thank you for your time, and my clients are here if you have any questions for them.
Thank you.
I have a question for you.
There is a question. There's several. Steve.
Thank you for explaining the relationship between the neighbors, and I'm glad that's working out. My question is this recorded against the property, or would it be possible for a new owner on the current main property coming in and saying, well, you know, I don't approve of this, or I do approve of this? Is there any binding nature to that, or is it just a settlement between the two current neighbors?
Good question, Commissioner Cootie. The tentative parcel map shows the changes that were made, and that'll be recorded against the property. And then the conditions of approval that have been proposed by staff and agreed to by the applicant include the changes that I mentioned as well. So they would be binding on future owners.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
I just want to be sure why you're here, okay? And that reflects more on my dullness than your presentation. And that is, you know, usually somebody's going to say, I support the project or I oppose the project. I take it your clients had some reservations about the project, worked out a settlement of sorts. It's embodied not only in the document you just described, but in the conditions of approval and so forth, and with those things being there and hopefully preserved in any approval, then your clients are okay with an approval.
That's
Is that in a nutshell?
That's correct, Commissioner Park.
Okay, thanks.
I think this is a good example of how the planning process works, and people with opposing views can come to an agreement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the only item for public comment, the only speaker. So we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and turn it back to the Commission for deliberations. We've had a lot of deliberative questions, so I'm hoping this, and also I need to check in with everybody. If we are close to being able to act on this, then we would ask staff to come back into the lunch hour and do our housing thing so that we wrap up the hearing before we adjourn. Is that still acceptable? Okay.
This is a important project, not just to me, but to the whole county. And I also think we need carefully thought through session on the housing legislation. So I hate to rush either one of these projects and wonder if we could work it into a more open schedule that we have coming forward. That is not this, but finishing this should be easy to do before lunch.
And then continuing the housing item? I'm open to that. I need to hear from everybody else. I mean, I can go to one, but some people may not be able to, and I don't also want to rush anything. So what's the consensus over there? Are we thinking that maybe we want to take a little more time approving this, or acting on this, and then defer the housing discussion, or break for lunch?
Well, I think we're ready for deliberations on this project. That wasn't my point, but I just didn't want to agree in advance that we would stay
Okay.
into the afternoon. So we can decide that when we're finished here.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Cooney, sorry. I know everybody's waiting with bated breaths on finishing this project, but just so I can coordinate with staff, is there interest in continuing the housing thing by everybody? We can just do that right now before you go into deliberations. Or we can do it afterwards, that's fine, but I want to kind of give them a nod to say that they either can stick around or we're going to continue it.
Stick around, I'm hearing one.
I believe from my conversations with Mr. Tuttle that the housing discussion, which I very much look forward to, is probably about a 10-minute presentation, and the best estimate for the length of time to discuss it, in total is about 30 minutes. So if we were to do it today, okay, I would like to finish this project and then go forward with that. If we couldn't do that, then I'd rather it be moved. Have some other.
Someone sits down. Okay, let's continue with this item, and then we'll go to housing immediately after. Thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the liberal manner in which you allowed the inquiries to continue, and I feel my pressing issues, at least most pressing issues, have been answered by Ms. Macon and Mr. Williams and staff. I haven't decided that that's enough to vote yes, but I would appreciate hearing the inclination of my fellow commissioners before I decide how to vote.
Okay. Commissioner Park.
I'm really focused on one issue. I mean, I look at the rest, all of this other than the other issue, and I say, well, this is what the process is, and this is what it allows. But, and I hear the intention to keep the orchards in some form alive, and that may include actually changing to a more drought-resistant plant ultimately. But I think it's important, and if it's something that the applicant says they want to do, and if our thinking is, in fact, to some degree reliant on that affirmation, and mine is, then I would like to see some language in the documents that says it's going to happen, other than just our record today that we all think it's a great idea. So I kind of leave my deliberations at that. I'd like to see something. I'd like to know what Mr. Cooney thinks on this issue, and in particular. Otherwise, I would support the project if I saw something. I don't know when I'm going to see something and how long it takes to put it together.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, before as part of deliberations on that point, we've been looking into it. As of right now, to frame that, this is Chapter 21, subdividing property, some connection to the Land Use Development Code. The difficulty we have with this request is the nexus to add a condition requiring or mandating a certain type of use to occur. The property is zoned ag. We don't regulate ag or regulate the type of uses that go on a property. So mandating a certain type of crop or certain type of agricultural activity is beyond the scope of what is before the commission today. So our scope ends at, is the project as proposed consistent with Chapter 21 in the Land Use Development Code? Mandating a certain type of crop goes beyond that, and I might look to council to provide any additional information on that beyond what the scope of the commission's decision is today. We did hear from the fire marshal. If the commission wants to explore other options as far as fire breaks, fire buffers, things like that, then that's something that we could look into. But mandating a certain crop has problematic issues down the road as far as regulating a certain type of crop, which we don't do on an agricultural property.
That's why I spent so much time talking about fire as opposed to preserving the avocado supply in the county of Santa Barbara. Because I don't care what the crop is. I'd like to see a crop. And I think that there's a difference between what the commission can draw up as a condition of approval and what the applicant can put in their project description in order to gain our overall approval.
You know, this could be really simple. We could, on paragraph 2 of the project description, just at the end of it, it reads, "The proposed project is a request for a tentative parcel map to divide 2 existing parcels, parcel A, et cetera, gross acres, into 4 lots." We could just add, comma, "including an agricultural emphasis for each lot." That's in the project description. I bet the applicant would agree to it. That actually captures what we're trying to get to. It doesn't condition it, so it avoids the code problem that Mr. Wilson just explained. But it tries to say to the future owners that we are hoping that this stays in agriculture. I don't think anybody on this commission wants to mandate what kind of crop goes onto any ag parcel. But could that be a simple fix, just to capture it in the parcel map? And would the applicant be willing to adjust the project description that way? Because it's on you. How does that sound, everyone? Well, we'll put that out there in the, go ahead.
I'd just like to hear from Commissioner Cooney on that point and others. I mean, if it meets his satisfaction, then it probably meets mine, but.
Well, I looked at the avocados carefully when we drove around on Saturday, or when it was, and they're not in great shape. The avocados, I would hate to say to someone, "I'll approve this if you keep the avocados," but what Commissioner Bridley suggests makes sense to me. If we say some portion of the current project will be maintained in agriculture.
Help us with language.
So we spoke briefly with the applicant. The applicant's okay with the language that the chair proposed. We do want to have the applicant come to the mic and actually agree with that comment. So I think with that added language, it addresses Commissioner Parks. And I know that a lot of the conversation we have happens or occurs after when development's proposed. But as we heard from the fire marshal today and the building code, there are already a lot of code requirements in regards to building structures in a high fire hazard area that we don't see before today. So I don't want to say it's a leap of faith, but there are code requirements that address some of the concerns and the discussion that we've had today. But the applicant or the agent for the applicant is available to speak to that.
Commissioner Bridley, the applicant is supportive of the language you proposed for the project description, for the record.
At least it captures the agriculture theme or the agriculture emphasis for the properties. It was rough, and I don't know if staff needs to, it's just at the end of that sentence. Maybe we pull up the condition language, end of the second paragraph under condition 1. Into 4 lots.
So
the
Madam Chair,
conditions of
Madam Chair,
approval.
it'd be the project description that does turn into like the first condition of approval.
Yes,
But
that's right, attachment A.
But the project description is owned by the applicant.
Right.
So we can't change that. because this is their project they proposed. So if they want to voluntarily amend it, then that's why we have.
So I
Just
heard
make it
the
there.
applicant say that they were okay with my suggested language. I think we just need to get to the page and work out the exact words and have her say that on the record, right? Okay. So it's attachment B, conditions of approval, right? This is the staff report, correct? I was looking at condition B, the map conditions, right? So at the end of the second paragraph, don't go up further. The proposed project is a request for a tentative parcel map to divide, et cetera, into 4 lots, colon, and before colon, you say, including an agricultural emphasis on each lot. That seems kind of like bad English, frankly. See, I don't know what document she's in. That's in the staff report. We want to get it on the conditions of approval, right?
Madam Chair, so the staff report includes the project description, which is condition
Verbatim.
1.
Okay.
And this is what we have in Word up in front
Oh,
of
I
you, so
see.
that's just where it was easier
Got it.
to.
Okay. Better than nothing. I don't know.
Commissioner Briley, we're fine with that language. We'd also be fine with maintaining an agriculture
Better.
emphasis on
That's
each lot.
better. Yeah. Okay. Well, with the concurrence for that adjustment to the project description in attachment B.
Oh, I get to nitpick. It needs a period. I've been waiting for this for 7 years of evaluating minutes and being beaten to the punch.
You're right. Well, it was actually a colon because then below that,
Period at the end of the sentence.
but the way that it's structured is it actually then lists parcel 1 through 4 with mini project descriptions. So I think it has to be a colon, the way it's set up. We'll let the attorneys figure out that exact. So, okay, that would bring us to considering a motion if anyone's ready. I'm sorry, Commissioner Reed, did you add?
I would just, as part of deliberations, I would say, I think the discussions have pretty well satisfied any of the questions I've had about it. I would, as somebody who actually owns ag land, I would never be in support of somebody in a hearing telling me what I needed to do in terms of a crop, although they often seem free and trying to tell us what you can't do, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm just prepared to go ahead with this.
Okay. I'm anxious to have a motion from Mr. Cooney, but I also just wanted to echo what Commissioner Park said, because especially with all the fires that we've been hearing about this year, all planning agencies have pushed development into foothills across the state for a long time, for really half a century. We made the mistake of going into the foothills a long, long time ago, and now we are just doing it. We are doing a better job of having mitigation measures and fire code things and things like we heard from our Mr. DeMonico. So it troubles me on one level, but I don't know that 2025 is the time to say, okay, that's it. No more development in the foothills. I can't say that when I'm looking at the kinds of housing presses we're putting everywhere else in our cities and marginally developed areas. So I just want to say, I agree with Commissioner Park on that, but I think that doing good fire mitigation and plan check review is our best solution on that front. So I just had to get that out now. Anything you want to do, Mr. Cooney?
Madam Chair, that is good. You contributed that. Through this process, working with staff, working with the applicant, I feel responsible to our county and to, in particular, the neighbors of mine that live in the hills to be exhaustingly careful about what goes in up there. But I asked every question that I could think of to add to the fire safety review, and the answers were given. So I think that record would support our approval, and I'm willing to make the motion that we do so. Tell me what you'd like me to incorporate into the motion.
I think they fixed it by saying as modified on that last two words, right? So if you want to just read that, I think we're
So,
covered.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Cooney, if you want to say as modified or as revised,
At
today's
this hearing.
hearing by the applicant.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that was from the previous.
where is the easiest way to find the initial portion of the approval? Just here? Okay, I can do that. My motion will be that we make the required findings for approval of the project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Adopt the final MND, case number 22 NGD 012, Attachment C, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval, and that we approve the project case number 20 TPM string zeros 1, subject to the conditions included as attachment B as it has been modified at this hearing.
Is there a second? I'll second it. I'm going to go out of, I'm cheerful. I'm going to second it. And let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Bridley. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Hated to rush that, but I know
No.
that was good. I think we turned over all the leaves we had.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be speechless if we tried to continue. Right.
Like we got the director returning for the housing talk. Do I want to keep this or do I not want to keep it? I really don't want to keep it. What does that mean?
Sure. The County Planning Commission will receive a briefing from long-range planning staff regarding recent state housing bills.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Chair Bradley, Commissioners, Alex Tuttle with Long Range Planning. And yes, we are here today to provide a briefing or review of some new housing laws that have come into play in the last, since, I guess, the beginning of this year. This is going to be fairly high level, and I don't plan to go into a lot of great detail on any one of these laws. Try to answer any questions you might have. Some of these are fairly complicated and would suggest we not try to get into too crazy detail with any of these, but we'll just kind of see how it goes. We'll run through a number of laws today. They go through and kind of fit into different categories. Housing element related laws regarding impact fees and charges that can be imposed on housing projects. There's a law related to CEQA exemptions, one in particular to low barrier navigation centers, a few related to ADUs, state density bonus, rent protections are one of our favorites, Housing Accountability Act, SB 9, streamlining subdivisions and permit expirations. So again, it's a lot. They keep coming at us year after year with no indication of slowing down. So it's a challenge to stay on top of it all. Often we will address these on a case-by-case basis with any particular project and determine how they might apply and be applicable. So starting with housing element laws, AB 3093 again went into effect January of this year. Essentially identified new categories of lower income housing, acutely low income, and extremely low income. Previously, it was very low, low, and moderate. Requires state HCD to develop advisory guidance to assist jurisdictions in how to address these new income categories with regard to RHNA. This law and bill also included requirements for local coastal plan updates associated with rezones in compliance with state housing element law to be completed within specified time period of housing element adoption, which can be a challenge sometimes. And it applies, so right now we're in the 6th housing element cycle. These new applications will come into play the next cycle. Another housing element related law, SB 1037, again went into effect in January of this year. This is more on the enforcement and legal remedy side of things, which we hope we will never have to deal with because we do have a compliant housing element. But it essentially establishes remedies to enforce compliance with housing element requirements and penalties that the state can apply to a county that is not complying with housing element law. Speaking of,
We're holding questions until the end. You want to do that? Okay. I mean, this is kind of getting to the builder's remedy concept, right?
Well, no, not exactly. I mean, it's housing element related law. So, for example, where housing element requires ministerial approval of certain qualifying housing projects, if a county were refusing to do that and comply with housing element law or state law, then we could be subject to these types of legal remedies.
Okay.
So it's not solely focused on builder's remedy. With regard to fees and charges, Senate Bill 937 prohibits county from assessing fees for public improvements except those related to utility service connection fees prior to final inspection or the date of certificate of occupancy. It is fairly limited in scope, applies to 100% affordable projects, projects of 10 units or less, or state density bonus law projects. So it's mostly just in regard to unrelated to development impact mitigation fees. It's fees specific to public improvements that a project might be responsible for.
Okay, I do have a question about this. So it doesn't jeopardize any of the development impact fees, that's what you just said. But say if there's a apartment project and it's 20 units and we were going to require them to put in a new sidewalk or bike lane or maybe something from the Park Rec master plan along their property, this might complicate it?
Well, it's 100% affordable projects 10 units or less or state density bonus law. So one, it would have to qualify under one of those. And two, it's not that you can't charge fees, it's just the timing of when those would be assessed. You can't charge them essentially upfront
Oh.
prior to the date of final inspection or certificate of occupancy. So it's mostly a timing issue.
And, Madam Chair, just to add something to that, the thinking probably behind that is that the money that you have up front to get your project approved and get through the entitlements is more expensive money than when you can actually get your construction loans and whatnot. And so the payment of fees later helps economically with a project. Okay.
And most of those, like sidewalk improvements and things of that nature, those get wrapped into the project, and it's part of the construction costs of the project are those public improvements, as opposed to us as a county assessing fees and doing that work ourselves.
Sounded scary.
AB 1820, this is just fairly straightforward. It just allows or establishes a process for applicants to request essentially like a fee breakdown and estimation of fees when submitting a preliminary application. So the ability to understand what fees might be assessed early in the process so they know what's in store.
Okay, I think we have a question from Commissioner
Yes,
Reed.
maybe I've stumbled upon a new word, exaction.
That's a word we've been using.
Yeah, exaction is sort of taking something or requiring something to be offered as
Okay.
part of a project.
Yeah, conditional approval.
Next in the category CEQA, there's AB 2199, again effective this January. There's essentially it extended an existing CEQA exemption for multifamily mixed-use housing projects that are on infill sites through to January 2032. And it's, yeah, just extending an existing CEQA exemption that I believe we have utilized on a project or two. And so it would be extending that exemption out to 2032.
And it has no, like, threshold, like, number of units or minimal
Well,
size or anything?
there are some qualifying standards with regard to like what is considered infill.
Okay.
And it is specific to multifamily and mixed-use housing projects. One law specific to low barrier navigation centers. If you recall, we adopted some updated ordinance regulations pertaining to low barrier navigation centers. Those are a form of emergency shelters that provide wraparound services to their clients. And there was a specific exemption tied to low barrier navigation centers that has been extended. And when that law was originally adopted for low barrier navigation centers, it had a sunset. And essentially it's removed that sunset. So it established a permanently that low barrier navigation centers are considered a use by right and only subject to ministerial review and approval. A number of ADU laws. I will say that we just took forward and got adopted a package of some ADU updates that accomplish and take account for these new laws. So we won't be right around back at you with new updates to our code until the next round of ADU updates come our way. But one of the changes with AB 2533 was granting of amnesty for unpermitted ADUs that were constructed before 2020. So if you can demonstrate that you had previously constructed but unpermitted ADU built prior to 2020, you're granted amnesty, and if you don't meet certain requirements. However, if there are health and safety code issues or building code that violations with the unpermitted structure that present a health and safety impact, then the county can require upgrades to that structure in order to comply with code. But otherwise, that's sort of the narrowness of our scope for upgrades that can be made to that structure. That law also narrows scope for denials of ADUs and requires checklists that explain the permitting pathway for ADUs, which we have in place. State density bonus, effective January 1, AB 3116. This increased the density bonus specific for student housing projects from what previously had been up to a 35% density bonus up to 50%. Increases the number of incentives for student housing projects that project might be eligible for up to 2 if they provide at least 23% lower income units. It also reduces the parking ratio requirements for student housing that meets certain criteria, consistent with
We
a
weren't sure
trend.
about that now. It's definitely, can we go to -0? That'll be the next thing they publish. 0 parking for student housing. That's just great.
Another SB or another state density bonus law provision is AB 2694. It clarifies that residential care facilities for the elderly qualify as senior citizen housing developments that could be eligible for state density bonus. This is not something that we would, as a department, would necessarily deal with, but just for your information, AB 846, it's basically rent protection and rent control limits rent increases for tenants for projects that were established through housing tax credits. It places some annual rent increase limits on those projects. So it's not a universal rent control across the board. It's specific to certain housing projects if they relied on housing tax credits for financing. Okay, with regard to the Housing Accountability Act, AB 1893. And this is one of those where there's a lot to this law. I'm just touching on a few key highlights. It is something that would get examined on a case-by-case basis as to how it might apply. But effective January 1, requires builders' remedy projects to follow certain objective standards. It allows for a project to provide lower affordability requirements, essentially in exchange for more restrictions and limitations. So previously, prior to our housing element being certified and found in substantial compliance, builder's remedy project that would be eligible would have to provide at least 20% lower income units to satisfy the builder's remedy requirements. That has now been reduced to 10% under this new law. But in exchange, there are a few more guardrails on to the type of development that can occur under builder's remedy. We continue to have a compliant housing element, so we're not accepting any new builder's remedy applications. And we don't intend to have our housing element fall out of compliance. So really, we're talking about a narrow view of projects that this would be applicable to.
And one other item that is important part of this law is that if they avail themselves of this new provision of builder's remedy law, then they're automatically deemed consistent as well with our policies and zoning and general plan. So
I think, so if you're an existing builder's remedy
Right.
application, you can that came in under the old builder's remedy rules, you can kind of convert to this new builder's remedy, these new builder's remedy provisions, so long as you meet all the requirements. And it does carry with it additional benefits, I guess, yeah.
But they can convert it to 10% as opposed to 20%. Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I just want to confirm this applies to pending builder's remedy projects, and that's why we're looking at it. I mean, we have several of those, and now they're kind of different projects than what people thought they were going to be when they, at the time that their preliminary applications were filed, and there you go.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, not all applications are converting.
Right.
So some are remaining as they are, and I think we've had maybe one or two
Yeah, most
get conversion.
Most are remaining
Yeah.
under the prior provisions.
No, I just wanted to clarify, because, you know, generally, looking at something like this, you'd say, okay, that'll be for new ones in the next round or something like that. No, it was written for the ones that were in existence, and what they do with it, we'll see.
Yeah, those in existence and future, if we do find ourselves back out of compliance. But we were going to make our best effort at not having to get there.
No, and you know, one thing
with
to
the
keep
next
in
housing
mind is that
cycle.
these are laws for the entire state, right? I mean, we're very focused here, but there are probably agencies that are, you know, much worse shape than us, hopefully, and maybe that's, I guess.
There
it's
are
just
certain
contrary.
jurisdictions that still do not have compliant housing elements, so, yes.
Okay. That's depressing, but okay.
Another Housing and Accountability Act update, AB 1413, establishes timeframes to consider basically objections and comments regarding CEQA and whether a Housing and Accountability Act project is exempt from CEQA. If an applicant is requesting a CEQA exemption, it requires that it be posted. Such requests be posted on our website. So far, this hasn't come up that I'm aware of with any of our HAA projects. Okay, SB 9. Again, we took forward a package of SB 9 updates earlier this year that the board adopted, which incorporated SB 450. We're not making changes at this time to address SB 450 that was already completed. But SB 450, just for your edification, and we spoke about this a little bit when we presented the project before you the other month. Amended SB 9, it limits the objective standards that can be applied to a project. It established, similar to ADUs, a 60-day approval timeline upon a complete application. One change it had is it removes the ability for a county or jurisdiction to deny an SB 9 project based on a finding of adverse impact on the physical environment. So long as the project complies with all the development standards and objective standards, really the only basis for denial is on health and safety. Okay, a number of bills related to housing streamlining, AB 2243. This expands the streamlining of certain affordable and mixed income housing projects in commercial zones and commercial corridors under AB 2011, and which AB 2011 was adopted, I think, in 2023 or 2024. So it expands that to also include sites within 500 feet of freeways under certain requirements. A lot of AB 2011 is, and AB 2243 is probably focused on larger urban areas than what we have in our county. For example, the next bullet allows streamlined approval of housing on sites up to 100 acres for the redevelopment of regional malls. You know, we don't have many of those, but we'll see if any project comes in that would qualify under these provisions. So far, not.
Earl Warren. They're going to call themselves a mall any minute.
I have a very general question on that last one. You know, it seemed obvious to people in the last housing element go-around to look at some underused commercial sites. And we basically heard from HCD, no, because I don't know what it was. There's no certainty they would be built, something to that effect. Or they were concerned
Correct.
about
Long-term lease.
long-term leases, which is ridiculous. But anyway, is this going to impact that at our next round, or is that really looking at something else?
Well, what will probably have more meaningful impact are various changes we're making to our zone districts for commercial zones that will further facilitate and allow for mixed-use housing and residential units on commercial zones. Currently, we have certain standards that are fairly limiting as to how much residential compared to the commercial component you have on a project within our commercial zone. So we are in the process right now of drafting amendments that will provide for a greater ability to develop mixed-use housing or mixed-use projects. And I would think that would have more meaningful impact on the ability for some of these commercial areas to incorporate some residential components. And we'll be bringing forward that package maybe late summer, mid to late summer for your initial review.
That may be more important than we think in the sense, in terms of time, because it's, you know, our arena cycle's what, 8 years in the housing element? But if projects that we rezone don't get built, and I'm most concerned about the county ones, frankly, because the expectation of low income that may not materialize, then we'll be looking at new projects in a year or 2, 3. So.
Yeah, and Supervisor Park, through the chair, there were a number of property owners that had an interest in potentially pursuing mixed use, but they did have long-term lease agreements that they felt would prevent them from developing housing. But now they're aware, and we're going to process these changes, and that will help facilitate it. So hopefully we could see some transitions for some of our county-owned shopping centers. We don't have a lot, but we do have some that could be ripe for that.
Quick note on subdivisions, and I want to just make it clear up front. This one actually does not apply to the county because it only applies to jurisdiction counties with populations of 600,000 or greater, which Santa Barbara County is not. I think last census we were at maybe like 475 or something like that. So we have a ways to go before we'd be subject to this. But just for your curiosity, SB 1123 allows for ministerial subdivisions of up to 10 units on vacant lots in single-family zones. It would allow for streamlined subdivisions in single-family dwellings. So it's kind of SB 9 on steroids.
Supersized,
Yeah,
yeah.
supersized.
Supersized, but a mega pack. Unbelievable. Okay.
This AB 2117 extends the expiration date for certain entitlements through any litigation challenging the permit. So, which we know litigation can go on for quite some time. Not addressing building permits or minor grading permits or other ministerial permits issued after entitlement, but for the initial entitlement approval, whether it's a map or a development plan, the expiration would be extended if there's any litigation. So that's it in a nutshell, high level again. We've already seen a number of new housing bills, housing-related bills that are going through committee right now, and we're trying to keep an eye on those and see what might come out of that. But yes, it is sort of no end in sight in terms of what keeps coming at us.
And the county still has a lobbyist that we have in action in Sacramento, right? Did that go the way of the
Yes.
data board?
Chair Bradley, Commissioners, yes, the county does have lobbyists, and we do review legislation to determine whether or not the county wants to take any position in support or objection.
Like, does the League of California Cities have a position on any of these, or, I mean, because, I mean, I just think it's too much from Sacramento, just, like you said, at one of the, I don't know, it was the APA or Housing Consortium, I mean, just stop and let us catch up. I don't understand what Sacramento thinks it's doing. It's not, and look at what's happening. It's not like we have housing projects rolling out the door. I mean, a lot of people are still in design, and some people are worried about the market, and, you know, I don't, well, what are they doing out there? It's not helping. Not helping. Sorry.
It's an excellent question, Madam Chair. But I will tell you that they have 25 new streamlining bills teed up in this cycle. So some we're opposing actively. Some we're just watching. Some, you know, I think don't make that big of a deal for the work that we're doing. But yeah, it's intense. I mean, now there's a lot of focus on the post-entitlement phase of a project. So when you're getting reviewed in building and safety and you're in construction documents, there's a big effort to push there as well. And some that seem quite concerning, I would say, from the department's perspective.
Yeah, never seen anything like it, but that's the time and day. So, okay, Commissioner Park, did you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to compliment you. This is exactly the level of overview that I was hoping to see. You know, highlight all these things. We can take a deeper dive into any one of them if somebody wants to at some time. If you'd said, well, let's take another tier of detail, this would have been a 10-hour presentation, not 10 minutes. It's just what it is. I make a suggestion, not that we answer it today or something. Our experience with AB 2097 on the parking, we can't condition parking within areas within half mile of transportation corridors. It's got that weird provision that we have, what is it, 30 days or 100 days after submission of an application that for the county to declare that it has a substantial negative impact or something like that. It's just a completely different process because it doesn't provide enough time for it to get to a planning commission or a decision maker, planning commission, board of supervisors. It has to be made right now by staff, and I highlight that because we should have some kind of idea of how you're going to treat those things. You know, you don't want to ignore that trigger as a possibility, but you don't want to trigger it every time. It just has to be some kind of an internal policy. And I brought it up as an example. If somebody has snuck into, you know, whether it's Scott Wiener or Buffy Wicks or somebody, some kind of oddball process like that into some of these things, we need to know because it changes the way we do our planning process. But that's enough for today.
Is that it?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Tuttle and Lisa and everybody. That really helped. You know, I'm just going to keep it as a reference. Yeah, so when anybody complains about something, I said, well, so what's your complaint? Let me just look. Let me just look at what the rules are here. Oh, yeah, no, that, because people still don't really know what's coming.
I did just want to close the discussion with, you know, I think Sacramento is doing its thing, and it's putting a lot of pressure on local jurisdictions. But at the same time, all the local jurisdictions are aware of the housing crisis, and so we are doing what we can to facilitate good projects moving through the process and getting through our building and division in a fast time frame. Like we have working with the nonprofits that are getting tax credits, like they have 180 days to start construction from the time they get their tax credit. So we have to make sure that we can keep pace with those kinds of timeframes, because then they'll lose their, funding, and it'll go to another project in some other community. So there's all kinds of things that we're doing internally to try and make sure that we can facilitate the housing and getting it on the ground so we can address the crisis. But I think
Yeah, but I mean, if they just took a recess for 2 or 3 years, there's plenty
Exactly.
of stuff on the books that is
Yeah.
going to facilitate all that. So I don't, I mean,
give
it's
us a break. It would give us a
Well,
break to
yeah,
be
'cause
able to.
it's, at this
to
point,
do
it's
that.
ridiculous. It's illogical, and I don't know what they think they're going to do. Like more sticks, give us a couple carrots once in a while. I don't know, but I'm not in Sacramento, so sorry.
Oh, no, I admit I'm a
Commissioner.
bit disappointed since I'd come to this, this item based on prior comments in the hopes that we might receive some sort of tool we could use to help address the deficiencies in parking afforded by a lot of these projects that we see so often, especially in Isla Vista and others. But my disappointment is even increased when I look at AB 3116. It appears our ability is even going to be reduced more. But with respect to the cascade of legislation that's coming from Sacramento that seems daunting and often problematic, I'll say it again, when we keep sending exactly the same people to Sacramento who are responsible for this, yet we don't see that need to change any behaviors therein, is a great call for introspection.
Okay. Well, did you have anything to add?
Oh.
No, okay. Okay, I think that adjourns us. Thank you so much for staying late, Mr. Tuttle and everybody. Then we will see you on the 28th. June.